Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is the day today is Tuesday, and that means it's time for a stream. In particular, today's stream is gonna be Donkey Kong Land or Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Color. The Game Boy Color version of Donkey Kong Country, which as the starting soon text did say, I have never played. I played every other version of Donkey Kong Country plenty of times. Donkey Kong Country was basically my first video game, and needless to say, I played it. I played the Game Boy Advance version. When Virtual Console became a thing, I got it there, played it there, and of course, when SNES Online became the thing, played it there as well. I played it everywhere. Every release, etc. But I've never played this version, the Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color version, which, from my understanding, is basically like, what if you took Donkey Kong Land and you colored it, and also had the same, like, literal level layouts from Donkey Kong Country, like, just a straight-up port using the Donkey Kong Land engine? I'm not 100% clear, honestly. I've never played it. I've not seen footage of it, really. I've only, like, seen it, like, images of it in passing. Like, these images here, and the ones behind me. Funny thing about the start screen here, if I reset the game, it seems like there's 3 different start screens. Let me show you this. There's like 3 different start screens that can come up randomly. This underwater business is from one of them. I probably reset it like a dozen times before the stream during the starting soon part. I couldn't get it to come up. I got an image from it in the as part of like the backdrop or whatever, but it just won't show its goddamn face. So that's not important. It doesn't need to show its face. It's just a starting screen. I wonder if you can if I go back and forth on this screen, where, by the way, these trees are moving ridiculously fast. What's up with that? No, I was wondering if maybe there's some sort of, I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. Maybe the RNG is not on my side. Or maybe it's not as random as I would expect, and just no, you see the water one first, then you see the cave one for a bit, and then you're in Jungle Land from then on. There's 3 of them, and I've seen all of them on Spriter's Resource. And also, you can sometimes find them while Googling. If you Google this game, you'll find the 3 title screens, considering they're kind of funny how they look, how they are pre-rendered and stuff. More detail, they're a render, but in Game Boy Color terms, Game Boy Color technology. I don't know what's going on with that. We're getting jungle, that's fine. This is kind of a little bit of what the water bit looks like, the water starting screen. So, yeah, that's interesting. Anyway, basically, this stream is going to be me playing through it. I expect to be able to do this in one go, considering that, I've done DKC Original so many times. I can do that in one go, easy. It's not even the longest of the DKCs, without question. It's an easy one to do, Also, it's kind of interesting here. Another thing that's interesting about this version so far, the file screen is right from Donkey Kong 64. There's some bonus stuff here, like funky fishing, view items, crosshair cranky, and high score? I don't know. Funky fishing is interesting insofar as the GBA version also has a funky fishing minigame. So I guess it wasn't the first. You can also print something. Oh, from like a sticker book or alphabets? Ha 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 ha! I've seen these! I've seen these renders with the A, B, C, and the different characters. Oh, that's fun. I didn't know they came from the Game Boy Color version of Donkey Kong Country. There were definitely like Donkey Kong Country fan sites back in the day that took these and ran with them for like the purposes of, you know, if they had an image glossary, you could go to the letter that you wanted by clicking on the letter, you see. I think they were colorized. I'm not sure. There might be color versions of these, but that's dope. I would print these out if I could. Who has a Game Boy printer in this day and age? Probably collectors and people of that nature. Probably a lot of people. What about sticker book? What's in the sticker book? Nothing until you, like, you know, find them in the levels, I guess. So, it's interesting to note that this has some of the same stuff that the advanced version would have. Advanced version also has sticker book. Interesting. One thing before we, like, begin in earnest. I know we've looked a little bit in these, like, ooh, options. Hey. I want sound effects. Sound test? Get me out of there. What the hell? There was no menu there. Bizarre. Bizarre. Before we begin, one little note, which is that, basically, don't want to talk about work or personal stuff today. I mentioned on the last stream that, my office, my day job was returning to office, this week, and it has done, but honestly, not in the mood to talk about that. There's not going to be any, any sort of, like, big, venting about that. I just want to play Donkey Kong Country and, relax today. There's also some stuff where I'm starting to look into, like, home stuff, like, mortgage, that sort of stuff. I also don't want to talk about that today. There are some fun stuff that we'll talk about, you know, given time, downtime, you know, etc. But, like, nothing too serious. It's all gonna be crap like, you know, like, ooh, I just got one of these things. You know, these, things that air condition you around your neck. I just got this today, so I don't know if it's any good, but I do like to keep cool, in general. I wonder if that picks up on the microphone. Let me see. I'm gonna hit the button on this. Where the fuck is it? Button, button, button. Oh, here it is. Is it, like, audible? Let me crank it up. Here it is at max. Audible? With my sound-canceling microphones, I can't hear my headset sound-canceling, but, not important. Anyway, we'll talk about some dumb stuff, some fun stuff, things of that nature, but let's, you know, mostly have fun. What the hell's in bonus? Oh, right, the bonus minigames and stuff. Right. I think that covers it. I think we're ready to go. I think... let's start this thing. Huh? A little bit awkward on the barrels. Also, I'm assuming any like lag is like, you know, console accurate. I can only assume because, you know, this is a nice PC and this is a Game Boy Color game. So, probably we'll run like a... Wait, this is different. That's not usually there. Yes, I know the DKC levels well enough that literally an extra banana bunch inserted into there, I notice it. There's probably like also trees and stuff changed a bit, and maybe I didn't notice those. But, that's, fine. That's good. Pretty sure that banana bunch is not usually there. Don't remember that being there. Maybe, like, is that an interesting realm of conversation? I don't remember this, I don't remember that. Maybe I could cool it on that and just, you know, jump over zingers. Things of that nature. This is pretty similar to normal. Oh, the volume's good and great. Ah, jeez, fuck. Almost done with the second level there. Wait, I probably missed the checkpoint. There are checkpoints here, right? There is some weird physics stuff going on where... Here's a difference. As I'm running down on this diagonal slope, put and jump, put and jump. Jumping was not working. Presumably because it thought I was in midair because, you know, traveling downwards and to the right looked a lot to it like falling. Looked a lot to the game like falling. So, What? It's a little bit squirrelier than the original game, I think. Perhaps that shouldn't be a surprise. And already, like, once you bounce off an army, it's always a little bit squirrely. So, yeah. If you're wondering, I'm playing with the analog 3D. Again, with the picking up barrels being weird. Running by it wasn't doing the trick. You have to, like, stand still on it. I'm playing with the analog, the 8-bit 64 controller for analog 3D, which I got a couple weeks ago, and I'm still really liking. And it's not really, you know, built for Game Boy, but it has two main buttons. And the only thing it's lacking is the select, which I have mapped to C down. So, you know, that's fine. Not the most ideal thing in the world, but, you know, maybe should have gone with the good old-fashioned Xbox controller, but this is brand new. And you know what? It's D-pad? It's not fucking bad. It's actually pretty good. It's a pretty good D-pad. Let's stop by Cranky and see, like, if there's anything that he do differently. These are just tips. Just tips, just same as normal, so moving on. I missed a good chance to do a card and talk about what's on it during that ropey rampage, since it took a few tries. Probably could have done, but whatever. How about right now? How about right now do a card? Do you think there'll be stuff I have to say about Cave? This music seems... This is different music. Hang on. Isn't this the Cave? This is music from Donkey Kong Land, not the original, like, Cave music. Interesting. I recognize it because I've played Donkey Kong Land, and also, you know, as a kid, the Donkey Kong Land soundtrack was something that really interested me because it was a bunch of, like, classic era David Wise stuff that I hadn't heard before. Yeah, that's a way different track. I think that's the Cave, specifically. Let's do a card. water level is a great time for a card. I pre-ordered an AYN Thor. Talked about this last week, that I heard about this 2-screen Android handheld that is basically based on the Odin, uses the same chipset and whatever, at least the higher end ones, the what it would be, the base and up, base Pro and Max. Yes, the base Pro and Max, not the light. Actually, the configuration there doesn't really call out by name what each of the configurations are called. But basically, the ones with the 8 Gen 2 are the same chipset and everything as the Odin, which I've heard basically is like the high-end Android emulation handheld of choice, but in like a, you know, not in a clamshell, and they made one in a clamshell, and what's more, it has a second screen, which really will make DS and 3DS emulation a whole lot more natural. And, well, I thought about it a good deal, and, you know, when I'm thinking about a product a whole deal, that's typically a sign that, oh my god, I want to buy it. I want to buy it so bad. And, you know, spent basically the whole weekend until yesterday. Or, yesterday? It was yesterday, right? Yes. This is different. Different little hole there. I spent up until yesterday, Monday, thinking about what to pre-order, what SKU, etc., and eventually decided to get the Pro version. That's the mid-tier, like, here, I'll show this again. That's the early bird 350 one. Originally, I was thinking, let's go for broke. Let's get the max that has the maximum, like, you know, that has the maximum specs, you know, the maximum RAM and all that. But upon, like, looking around and seeing what people said about it, it was pretty clear, like, yeah, look, that amount of RAM is overkill. That amount of RAM you really don't need. It will maybe help for, like, some emulation that is theoretical, mostly theoretical now, like PlayStation 3 and Winlator, which, you know, won't necessarily make them playable, but might make them, you know, not crash, perhaps. But, like, you know, that isn't to say that they would run with, like, perfect frame rates, and that all being considered, I thought about it and went like, no, I just need the Pro. I probably should save 80 bucks. And also, like, looking at, you know, if I show that again, throw that price again, with tax and shipping and everything, that's basically does add up to being as much as a Switch 2, which I just can't bring myself to pay as much as a Switch 2 for just a retro handheld. It just doesn't make sense, doesn't compute, doesn't feel right. And, you know, I back and forth and then said, okay, you know what? Give me the Pro, and I pre-ordered the Pro, and now it's coming. You know, like I said, most of the applications of 16 gig RAM versus 12 gig RAM, mostly theoretical, and, like, if they do like invent a 360 emulator, I imagine odds are good I just get another handheld. Or maybe I'll get a Steam Deck and that would do 360 without even flinching, you know, because it's a fucking PC under there, you know, and not Android. I don't know. Those PC handhelds look pretty cool too. It's just, you know, I got a lovely Switch too. I would need a better use case for a PC handheld, I feel. By the way, if you're wondering, one more thing on this. Color-wise, of course, there's the basic black. There's also a lovely transparent purple, but for me, I was going back and forth between the white, which is sort of like a DS Lite white, and the rainbow, which is basically like a Famicom, Super Famicom controller color scheme. And I went back and forth went back and forth, and I landed on the rainbow. And first off, beautiful. I think both of them are beautiful for sure, and I think the rainbow is maybe especially beautiful. It kind of came down to this with the white. First off, never had a white handheld, so I was kind of nervous about that, you know, kind of like, I don't know if I want to commit to white. What if it's, like, distracting? I say that, I'm gonna play it mostly in the dark whilst watching stuff on the television, you know? So it's, like, 90% of times, the color of the thing would not, like, actually distract me, all things considered. But the other thing that really, like, made the difference, convinced me, is realizing that, like, there was some concern of, like, discoloration, of, like, staining with the white, and apparently, like, previous, like, AYN devices have had that issue before, where over time, they stain and get, like, a little bit discolored, and, thought about that and said, oh, I don't want that. I want this thing to be, beautiful forever. So let's go with the gray, where it's a little less, it'll be less noticeable if that happens, you know. I think it's just a matter of, like, I think it's funny to think about that and go like, well, my Wiimotes over there is pristine and beautiful, like, 20 fucking years later, but whatever wizardry Nintendo does to make their controllers beautiful, like, Joe, you know, Chinese retro handheld developer, they don't necessarily do that, I think. They're just using, like, regular plastic. Which, makes sense, but, you know, definitely means that, maybe the white isn't going to stand the test of time. Who can say? You know, maybe if you, like, waited until it was out and watched some reviews, maybe you'd be able to make a better decision. But, I'm just gonna fire from the cuff and say rainbow. Fire from the hip. The colors are nice, and I did have a third-party controller with those colors on them. Where's the minigame? I thought there was gonna be, like, the minigame here. Also, you can't just leave at any time, so... Are you sure you don't have, He doesn't have, like, the minigame? Maybe the Candies Challenge is the minigame. Oh, okay, here's... What? What? What's this? This is a minigame? Candy, where's the challenge? You've already beaten this challenge already? That was a challenge? I don't know if that counts as a challenge, Candy. I literally... You saw it? That was a challenge? Put an enemy in it, I don't know. It is the first one of them, in fairness. Maybe they get harder as they go. Can you save? How does saving work in this version? No idea. Let's just find out together. Maybe it's like Mario World. You beat a boss and then you can save. Or select. If you're wondering, start is just do the level. B is nothing. And there's no other buttons on this control on a Game Boy Color. Anyway, excited for the Thor. You know, fuck. I've really enjoyed my Retroid Flip 2, but, you know, when I got it, I definitely did hear, you know, talk about Odin and how, like, oh, you know, as far as affordable solution goes, Retroid is, like, the best there is. But, like, if you want to go, like, $100 more, or more than that even, for, like, the more better, you know, versions, you can get an Odin, and that's, like, even more sophisticated, even more advanced. And that's kind of low-key made me a little bit jealous, you know? Well, look at that! It's a little bouncy paws thing. Again, that's another thing that's new here in this version. I like it. I didn't mention, but it is technically new that you transform into your dudes when you hit the thing. That's more of a limitation than like a new feature. You know, just a limitation of it's a Game Boy Color. You know, they can figure out how to make you fuck. I don't think that was originally there, but whatever. Some of these jumps feel a little bit badly tuned, insofar as like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I jumped normal style there. Still took the hits, and lost the dude. The barrel was right there, so no big deal, but still kind of irritated. Hitboxes, not exact. Hitboxes, a little bit, troublesome. Ah, shit, third time! Third time in a row that happened, exact same. That don't feel right. That hitbox just ain't right. I do think it looks nice. I do like the look of it. You know, that's probably like the third time also that's killed me. Let's see. 4 for 4! That fucking jump, it's fucked! If you can survive that jump, good for you. It's funky to me. Also jumping on that dude. Killed my Winky like every time I did it. I'm gonna bypass those guys. There's totally levels built around jumping on neckies. So that's a concern. I'm excited for the just jump over. Just jump over the pit. Clear it in one bound. I'm excited for the Thor. You know, I'll say I've enjoyed my flip too, but there have definitely been like minor performance issues. And I don't know if I can configure my way out of them, but a better chip, like a more advanced chip and all that, probably would be a good starting point. Probably would help a bunch as far as like, you know, being able to reliably say like, okay, if it's not performing well, there's nothing you can do better. You know, these are the chips that are available in these things. It is what it is. How does saving work? Seriously. I really want to know. Not like Donkey Kong Land, where you have to collect. I assume it's an autosave, because otherwise, why would they take the saving NPCs and get rid of them? Land 2 and 3 still had save people, but I guess by this point they're like, you know, make it modern. So weird that they made this game on Game Boy Color, and then like right after, you know, not only did they not get enough time to do all the trilogy, right? They didn't have time to do the fuck. Ooh, you don't really get that much warning with a screen this narrow. they didn't really have time to remake the whole trilogy on GBC, and then GBA came around, and it's like, oh crap, this is way better for the remaking of DKC. And they went and did the whole trilogy again. Like, honestly, this some minor peculiarities about the controls, which, you know, the advanced version also has some small weirdness around the handling and things of that nature. I wonder if we'll get through this, or if this will be a game over here. We only have a few goddamn lives, but now we do. In the way that this game is, you do regain lives by playing. That's pretty cool. Card. Do another card real fast. I also got the neck thing. Just today, so still to be determined. Yeah, I actually showed this off a little earlier. Again, it's a thing you put around your neck, and it blows cool air on you. I've been kind of curious about this as a concept for a while. You know, I like a handheld fan. And, while I was on vacation, I guess it was 2 weeks ago now, my cousin was saying that, recommended this for me, you know, a neck version. And, I went and ordered it, and now I have it. Oof. I now have it. It has 3 speeds, apparently. I wonder how the battery life is. I guess I'll find out over time. And, what it seems to do is it blows air, like, upwards towards your face. You know, I was kind of curious, like, if it was like, oh, you know, blow cold air in here to the neck area. But nah, it's more like up this way. Which, maybe that's effective. I don't know. I do like also just the idea of, like, cooling the neck in particular. You know, you kind of think because it's around the neck, it might cool the neck, but cools the face. Anyway, we'll definitely try that out. Maybe I'll bring it to work and, you know, see if that's more effective than a fan on a desk. You know, pointed up at me. My cousin was also saying... This is a really bad time to be talking and saying words. Damn it. My cousin was also saying that there's, like, a version of the handheld fan gimmick that has, like, actual air conditioning type cooling. And not just wind, not just airflow. Which would be lovely. Definitely limited effect. The fan has limited effect in the sunlight, you know, in like hot outside places. You know, it's kind of most effective, you know, in slightly stuffy indoor settings. You know, we could skip this level by doing the go left gimmick. Assuming that's still there. Is it go left or no, that's stop and go station. This one is like jump down at the start. Damn, that's so precise. We're about to have a problem. If we get a game over and have to restart it, let's see. Out of sheer curiosity, let's see if that shortcut is still there. Only if we game over, though. Which I don't think we're gonna do. We're gonna pull... Shit. Ah. We're about to get a 1-up. We're about to get a 1-up here, so we're not dead yet. Got 2 more tries at least. Ah, shit, that... Fuck! That was about as bad as it can go. We're nowhere near on bananas now. We really have to nail the little jump. Shit. If we're to have another go at this. And we did. Maybe we'll make it all the way. Okay, we got a game over for the first time. What happens? Oh, hey, here's the water title screen. You can see I got the same stuff behind me. The reef. Okay, we start out. Lose no progress, okay. We even start off the same level. Okay, so it's auto-saved after you defeat each level. Ooh, I missed the shortcut. Okay, well... I don't even know if it's still there, if you can even do it. Seems like it's kind of tough to jump over the thing. Moving so fast, I feel like it's looks a bit weird, I don't know. Let's do this. Look for the G. Go for the G and then jump on the G. It's maybe even helpful if we don't get KO and G up to that point, so that we can continue having that as like as an indicator, sort of. I'm focused now. Fuck you! I was sitting there going like, oh yeah, I'm all at full attention right now. You know, that's why I'm not talking as much. And then, lo and behold, you know, sometimes you say something and it's just extraordinarily well timed, or poorly timed, depending on your you know, view of things. Age is like milk. It'd be cool if, at least during these segments, if it showed that you had two Kongs, like, just by rendering Diddy Kong riding in the cart behind you. But, I understand technical reasons. I mean, I guess probably also with the LAN games, they've had this as precedent. If you can't tell, by the way, the indicator is in like the lower left corner, whether or not you have Kong, a backup buddy. Ah. We gotta try for the shortcut every time we start over from the start, but bearing that, we're gonna do it righteously. How about another card? No, I'm gonna hold off. We're gonna get through this level. I have to focus. And for focusing, I shouldn't be talking about this or that. Try to remember the layout rather than reacting in the moment. Up, down. Kremling is about to come. 2 Kremlings. Bunch of little annoying. Another Kremling any second now. Damn it! That was the end! Remember the layout. Remember what's going to happen. Anticipate rather than react. That's what I want to do right now. You know. Weird that they haven't made another remake of this. I say that's kind of, you know, how many remakes are they running around making of SNES games, but, you know, I do feel like these games would benefit from... I don't know if they'd benefit from upgraded assets, but they would benefit at least from widescreen. It would benefit from that, a little extra real estate. Minecart levels especially, because, you know, then you could see more what's coming. You know, this is especially difficult because it's so narrow. It's so narrow, I had to make myself so big to fill the frame. To fill the, you know, the widescreen frame. It's, ridiculous. You know, I don't even need to make myself big later when I show the schedule because I'm already as big as I ever am on screen. There's a second... No, there's... Shit! Wow, okay. It's like cart, jump cart? What am I doing? This is not helping. It's not helpful to say cart. No, no. I feel like the Kremlings are the most, is like the most important thing to react to, or the most important thing to remember, because those guys do come at you faster than like, you know, the screen is scrolling. Because they're coming at you, rather than being still on the track. There's 2 of those guys there. And then, yeah, there's one right after. Those 2 guys are killers, as is that one solo. And that G-jump. G-jump often gets me. Two guys here. Guy there. G-jump. Guy right there. Guy on the down slope. Slope down, there's two guys. One, and then another. Oh, Jesus. Blah. This is, by the way, I don't think the longest I've been ever stuck on this level. During a one stream, I was doing a gimmick where I was switching between games every, like, minute or two. And as a result, this level, well, it gets kind of difficult when you only play it, like, 20 seconds at a time. You know, whenever you're returning to it, it's just like, oh my Jesus God. Like, what's going on? Where am I? Oh my God, I gotta jump, like, pronto. You know, you don't have that much time to react and go, like... Don't jump on the way down. That's really screws up the thing. But, like, blindly returning to that one, this level, like, time and time again, made it very difficult, you know? In most levels, when you switch over randomly in a BizHawk Shuffler situation, that's what it's called, BizHawk Shuffler. There's time enough to go like, oh, stop, hold on, what's going on? But in this, it's just like, you're going full fucking speed. There is no stopping. After this, there's guys on the hill. That's nearly it. We're at 0 lives, but we are also at the very end. Fuck! Knew that guy was there, just jumped too soon. I don't know, is that jump harder as Diddy Kong? I wonder if such thing could even make sense. Wish there was like a second DK barrel in this level. That would have helped a lot. I mean, I guess there's a reason this level is, like, famous, infamous, you name it. You know, it's hard as fucking balls, and, even in the original, it's hard as balls, and it doesn't really give you much, in the way of wiggle room. A lot of these jumps are tight. You know, you basically need to jump as early... As late as you can do, get over some of these minecarts, at least in the original. I'll say I think the timing of the minecart jumps are not terrible, honestly. Oh, damn. Ah! Hey, here's the other opening. It's them in a mine shaft. Neat. I'm gonna try to... Wait! Let me try that again. Is the shortcut just not there? The shortcut's just not there? Oh my God. Oh fuck. Oh, fuck me. I guess we're gonna have to just get really good. You know what, I think missing the O is a good thing there, actually. Honestly, it means that when we get the G, later it'll stay there. And we can use it as a guide for jumping over the thing. Got the checkpoint, right? Yeah. We're in the second half now. Here, when you're going down the second time, got this level kind of all figured out now. Up here there's one. Then there's up and down, and then on the downslope there's 2 more. And then last. He finally did it. Ah. That took a while, huh? That's I feel really good about that. Let's carry on. This about to say it's gonna be easier from here, but you know, not if you run under a Kremling and just let him jump on you. That's that never works. Unless you, in some cases, if you like do a roll, you can kill them when they land on you because you're in your roll animation. You know, your roll. Does that have a name, like a roll mode? Anyway, suffice to say, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to be good. We'll see what happens. This game really looks great, I say, as the tire flickers uncontrollably because, maybe layering issues. I wonder if those were there originally, or just, you know, in this, this particular, you know, emulator. Who could say? Let's get Winky. Now that we're done with that, how about, I go ahead and, like, do a card and all that. I finished, most of BK Nostalgia 64, which I mentioned last time is a ROM hack of Banjo-Kazooie that I've been playing. That's the one where, I feel like there were trailers of these going around, and people going like, ooh, where it was like, ooh, it's Banjo-Kazooie, but you know, they hacked in, like, levels from GoldenEye and Mario 64 and, like, a bunch of other, you know, N64 classics. You know, some and like, beta stuff from Banjo-Kazooie and things like that. I'll say, I recently played through Jiggies in Time, and I kind of have the same opinion of that as I do of this. And they're made by the same person, so that makes sense, which is that, like, in a lot of ways, it's really cool. In a lot of ways, what's it called again? Nostalgia 64 is really cool. But in a lot of other ways, it's, like, maddeningly obtuse. Oh, this is really cool. You couldn't do this in black and white on a regular Game Boy. It just wouldn't work. Wouldn't be a quarter as good. Man, this looks great. And like the enemies are getting like that like chompy motherfucker, that Claptrap has a little bit of a red tint to him when the green, when the red is on. Wonder if that's also true when the green is on. It's possible. No, that's green tint. Look at that! Isn't that nice? There's lighting in this game. A Game Boy Color game again, I'll say. Lighting. Advanced for its time. Donkey Kong has always been on the forefront of graphics. Was that true of the originals? You know what I mean. Like Donkey Kong Country, especially. Forefront of graphics, even on the, Game Boy Color. Also, the sprites do look very good, pre-rendered style. Shit. Ah, shit. Well, we almost did it. there is a certain amount of like maddening quality. I'm gonna talk about Nostalgia 64 now. There is sort of a maddening quality about some of the level design in the thing, because I mean, you gotta watch out for that guy. There is sort of a maddening quality to Nostalgia 64, insofar as you guys are tough. Insofar as in Nostalgia 64, it's a lot like the other one that I played, Jiggies in Time, in that the worlds are huge and massive. You know, it's not enough that they take the dude who made these mods took it's not enough that the dude that made these mods took large... Damn it. Fuck. The hitbox weirdness. Oh, shit. At least now we can try the shortcut here that is going through the door. Let's see if that works in this level. Out of curiosity. Out of curiosity. Just merely out of curiosity. Let's see if this works. Oh, it still works. How about that? Wait, you don't get a Kong barrel if you do it that way, so... Can I get a Kong barrel before I go that way? Sure. That's, arrangeable. Let's do it. Another go at this section. I think I deserve it. Yay! Okay, that's fair enough. That's fine. I'm okay with that. The levels are massive. They're basically like bigger than 2E levels, and also the same old rules about like dying or leaving the level apply, so you have to do everything in one run. You know, Jinjos, Jiggies, things of that nature, which can be annoying, especially because like, dude, this modder has a propensity for hiding things in what I would call illegitimate ways. Like, say like, oh, you know, here you have to figure out where the shock jump pad is hidden. There's an invisible shock jump pad, and you have to puzzle out where it is. And it's just like, dude, that's never been the thing. Invisible shock jump pads, where you have to like work out a Fez puzzle to work out where it is. Like, that's way too much thinking. Also, sometimes just like, oh, you really got into it that you can go through this wall. Or that wall, or this wall. And it's just like, come on. If I wasn't just, you know, ramming my head into every wall here, I could have ended up, like, just milling around, this is Millstone Mayhem. Milling around for, like, an hour. That's frustrating. Also frustrating, I got to, the last level, and it said, like, oh, you need to go back and collect every Mumbo token if you want to do the last level good and proper, which that's not something that's you ever do in a Banjo game. And you know, I know mods are different and weird and stuff, but that's a hell of a thing to drop on me at the last moment, like, oh, you need to get every Mumbo token if you want 100%. Like, that's never the thing. Mumbo tokens aren't counted in the total screen because you're not supposed to know how many you got. You just need to get enough by the end of the game. And you usually do. You know? I'll say they do put in some weird hint thing that kind of only half works on my Retroid. I don't know if, like, you know, if like, the emulator has, like, some bugs in so far as that or what, but I can only half see the hints, you know, when it's telling me, like, oh, this level still has some. Like, yeah, maybe. It's like it's a screen that has, they show you a screen that has... they show you a screen that has each of the... They show you a screen that has each of the Mumbo tokens identified, and like, oh, you know, check marks versus like, here's the Mumbo token, so you can see which levels that you have some that you didn't get. And I'll say also, when I've been playing both of the mods, I've been consulting a walkthrough video, which helpfully tells you like, oh, here's where everything is. Let's see what Candy's challenge is this time. Okay, this is more of a challenge, but it is also, like, just a regular bonus. We're not gonna do that. You can do bonuses regular style if you wanted, and I don't really want them. I've seen them a million times. I mean, that's kind of looked like a better version, honestly, of, like, the vanilla style, but, you know, whatever the fuck. That would be a great time to run out of lives, because we don't have anything to lose. We will be in this boss fight no matter what. You know, there's no checkpoints here. Anyway, debating, I say debating, considering whether I should try to, like, get all the Mumbo tokens in Nostalgia 64 and do the last level, which I do think is kind of cool insofar as, like, is based on some beta content of a game that, you know, would have been on N64. When I say that, you know, there's actually there's kind of two games it can be. And honestly, it would have been cool if it was the other game. Now that I say that. Nothing against the game that it is, just that, you know, you could have had both. But, you know, I make no criticism of the games that were included in Nostalgia 64. Other than Bomberman 64, most of them, you know, I do remember from the era. I didn't play Bomberman 64. I think I rented one of the Bomberman games as a kid. It was like 3D and stuff and thought it was pretty cool. But for the life of me, I can't figure out. I've tried figuring out before which one it was, and none of the games look exactly like I remembered. But you know, I don't think it was 64 is what I'm driving at. Oh, holding down is better than, like, timing a jump here. I gotta remember, this isn't Tropical Freeze or Returns. Holding is an effective way to bop. I think that's better, just cleaner. No. What is this song? This level has this archetype, the forest archetype, is way different. What is this brand new song? Ah! Brand new song, isn't that something? Kind of reminds me of Minnie and Max from UFO 50. That's my what I'm reminded of, which of course is much later in the much later in the timeline. New song. I don't think I've people don't talk about the GBC versions of the songs. I don't think they've ever come up. I don't think I've ever heard this song. Well, for one, I don't know this is the... Oh, that's like an impotent barrel. It doesn't go all the way. No one talks about this version of the song. Anyway, I might play more Nostalgia 64 and, like, try to do the last... Damn it. Just die. Just die. Reset. Reset. Trying hard to die here. There we go. Reset there, and, let's do it. Let's do Vine Valley. Let's do another card. I finished Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. Another game I've been playing recently, and I had sort of fallen off for a bit, was Pipistrello, which is sort of like a top-down, sort of like Mina the Hollower, sort of a Zelda-type game where you have a yo-yo, and the main gimmick is when you toss the yo-yo into like diagonal surfaces, the yo-yo like you know, extends off them, like ricochets off the corners, and then it can like sort of like bounce around a bit, and it's pretty cool to like take advantage of that. And also there's some pretty cool mobility in like using the yo-yo to like, you know, grapple onto things, you know, push off from walls and do other tricks that you get over the course of the game. The last area was kind of difficult, kind of tricky, but got through it, and yeah, now that is like beaten. I think Pipistrello is really good. Like, if Mina the Hollower is this good, I would say Mina the Hollower would be a, you know, genuine success. You know, I say really good. I'll say it's really great. Where do I fall as far as, like, is it a 5 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5? It's worth noting that it did take me... Oh, maybe, like, wait until it's low, so you bounce at the bottom of the arc. Okay. Weird, that one. You know, now that I say it, I'm not sure, like, if it's a 5 out of 5 or a 4 out of 5 for me. I'd have to think about it, but maybe I should have thought about it before I brought it up. Thinking about it, I would err on the side of... It is worth noting that it did take me a while to finish, and I did get distracted by other games and stuff in my life, but, you know, hey, the Switch 2 came out right... The Switch 2 came out right after the game hit, so it kind of, you know, I think is, like, justifiable that, you know, it happened like that. You know what I mean? I think it makes sense that that would be the... Whoopsie daisy. That's funny, you can't walk back from here, but just use Funky's flights. Weird that you can exit. You can exit here, apparently. Or maybe you can't. Maybe you have to be on foot or something. I was on foot earlier. Oh no. I did get dragged away from it, which might suggest it's, like, less potent than it could be, but hey, you know, the Switch 2, Mario Kart, Donkey Kong Bonanza, these are games where it makes sense that I would be dragged away. Also, let's not forget I was on multiple occasions where I didn't have, perhaps, the energy to, like, really, you know, do those final levels and put in the time and effort to, like, really finish that, that bad boy off. Thinking I can go under that. I'm gonna say 5 out of 5. I think it was great. I think that's... objectively speaking, it is super fun. It is got great combat, great traversal, great. Every part of it was a lot of fun to explore and to go through. The ending was a bit long, but mostly just because other games came out and stole its thunder a little bit. I would give it a 5 out of 5, and it's not like an all-timer. You know, for me, 5 out of 5 doesn't mean all-timer. It just means it's great. But I do think it is, you know, I definitely thought after that, like, okay, well, with this finished, I've probably played enough games for, like, a top 10 list of a Game of the Year situation, right? And I do think if I look down at my games played, it's like, oh yeah, I have like 10 of them. And there's a couple that are about to come out that are very likely to make the cut, so... You know, things are going pretty well. Here we go. That felt really funky. Checkpoint, thank God. Let's do the second half. Second half is gonna go a lot easier. I can feel it in my bones. What the fuck did I bounce off there on the ground? All these ground bouncies are throwing me. I don't know if this version it's like easier to get a ground bouncy, or if just, you know, they were always, you know, I don't know if they added them, but like a ground bouncy when you don't expect it can really throw you. I guess KO and screw up the timing. Oh, fuck me. Other side. I thought I was gonna, like, intercept the guy. This is harder than I expected it to be, honestly. But that's fine. Night is young. We've been going about, hour and a half. Acceptable. Another game I've been playing. Been playing a little bit of Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. Last time I mentioned liking the second playable character in that more than the first, somewhat. And I'll say that since then, I played through their first level, her first level. She's on the box. I don't know, it's like a spoiler to say she's in it. Or that they're, you know, as a two-playable character situation. Damn it, that fucking... Pretty sure that's not how it is on the original version. Weird. That second playable character is really cool with the projectiles and stuff. And her second level was kind of bizarre in a cool way. Insofar as it was like a motorcycle chase. You know what I mean? You don't know what I mean. It was a different kind of level. God damn it! Okay, this time we got through the checkpoint relatively with more lives. Okay. I will say I beat that second level of hers, and I started the third one, so, you know, if you're keeping score, like, I've played one level since the last stream of Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, so, you know, you can kind of take, you know, based on how much progress I've made in the last, half week. I don't necessarily have, like, the hugest interest in it, hugest, like, love of it, but I'll say it is going somewhere. You know, it is, like, constantly... With the 5th level, it has done a thing, and now main dude's Is it a spoiler to say? It's like your kit is a lot larger than it was a level ago. You got a lot more moves and options and meters and stuff, and you know, it's getting more interesting. And I do think Gaiden Ragebound is... Oh my god, did that not burst? That my Kong barrel didn't burst when I dropped it off a cliff? That should count! I'm pretty sure if that happens to you in the original DKC, that fucking counts. It made no difference. It made no difference. I fell off a cliff. Again. Need to throw that shit. Anyway, I'm not loving Ragebound, honestly. It's definitely a game that is, like, not really grabbing me. Also, you know, I'll say... I like to play games while doing other things, and Ragebound is kind of hard to do in that way. You know, it's kind of hard to... Suck... ass! Fuck! I swear that's not how that timing originally works. The original game. Different, and I don't like different in this case. Game is pretty nice insofar as we just have to play the level that we're on, but still annoying. And also sometimes just like cases where in the original game you would just hold right and Y and jump and it would work out. Just don't work out in this game. I guess it's like a minor difference. Things moving just a bit. And like the physics being just different enough that the normal strats don't work, or the normal... My muscle memory is perhaps more a liability than anything. Also, it feels like in that case, if you pull back... Or maybe in this case, if you pull back in this case, you're not going to make it. Okay, fuck. We're getting this down at least. Damn that fucking bouncy bounce. Oh. Christ. I have muscle memory! It says go, go! That's one of the great things about the original DK, you know, you can oftentimes just go with the flow. You know, first possibility. God damn it, what the hell? Why is that aimed wrong? Give you just enough of momentum and go directly into the other one. Whilst holding the direction, obviously. This one, it seems like you have to, like, do back, forth, before doing it. Donkey Kong Country should be first time, I think. That's, like, you know, you play Fuck, cock! Why is it not aimed for the other one? It overshot! Why? Different version of the game with different physics. Get used to them. Maybe you're supposed to not have your hand on the direction thing when you blast out. No, this one you should have your hand on the direction thing. Doop, doop, doop. Fuck. You have to wait! That's not how it works! The magic of Ropey Rampage is the first time you can jump. You jump and you're good. And you don't have to worry about zingers. The timing works itself out. And it's just you get into a flow state like that. That's what's good about DKC. That you can just flow. And it's natural and it feels so good. That feels bad. It feels bad to hit button on first time and it's wrong. That's not right. These are not lined up correctly. Oh. Feel like in the original game, that's not how that is timed either. I've mostly gotten used to that one, but you know, I do want to just fire into it versus like firing and falling. Like half the barrels, most of the barrels like just go straight out. That's the only one that has a limp dick situation. You know, that's a little bit impotent. There, to get under that, you have to, like, stop. That's not right. You should not stop for anything in a DKC. That's, like, the one rule of DKC to me. Don't stop for nothing. Well, sometimes you have to stop. It's not good when you have to stop. What? She's... Fuck. I think some of these cannons that are firing into other cannons, we need to let go of the button. Not that one, but this one, let go of button. Well, that one's like properly aimed. Oh, damn it. Can't even see that. Necky. You have to remember that they're there. I could use... 10 bananas. Fuck you! Okay, yeah, you don't touch the stick for this. Fucking set me right next to a Necky that sent a nut right into my nuts. But fortunately, we beat the level anyhow. Ah, this is more difficult than I was expecting. This game, a couple levels have thrown us for loops. It's only 9:30. We've been at it for an hour and a half. We're still making good time. Let's continue. Oh, it's funny how the physics works on that. It's sort of like, after you go the distance you were supposed to go, you just sort of fall off. In the original game, you could, like, go over something and then end up where you wanted to go. Let's... Quick. Not sure there's any point to... Okay, if you hold right, you can do that. That was an intentional death. Clearly. Clearly I meant to do that. So that I could come back here and get my lives back. You can't exit Vine Valley once you're in here. I think this is a version of the treetop rock theme. But it's very different. It's like, what if treetop rock had tuba in it? Oh, there's the treetop rock that we all know. Yeah. Gotta get good. Gotta get good. Only thing to say. It takes a while to become treetop rock as we know it. Do 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 do. It almost reminds me of like Mario Land in its first like 10 minutes of the song. Hold down right here. We need to hold down right. Here we need to time it right. Okay. Okay, finally got to the checkpoint. Ooh, this has been a kind of a difficult one as well, even just in the first half here. There's timing of these barrels, I feel like, is different. I don't know when to do this. Fuck. It's like I didn't know if it would be fast or slow. That was just a bad jump. Jeez. Okay. Another card here. I started Sword of the Sea. In other games that have recently come out, I decided to get Sword of the Sea, which is a game from the maker of like Journey and Abzu and a couple others, where you sort of surf, skateboard around a world and bring the color back, bring the ocean back to a desert, and you sort of skate around, and it's interactive and stuff. And, you know, you sort of just skate around. It's beautiful and kind of relaxing. Got it yesterday, played maybe like an hour or so of it. I think it's pretty cool. I just jump over. That's safer, I think. That feels a lot harder in this version compared to the original. Oof. I have no left-right control. No left-right control there. Great. I forget if you have left-right control in the original. In that, after firing out of that, but I think oftentimes you do. You know, going vertically or up. Okay, we can do that. Feels like I'm taking life into my own hands here. But... motherfucker. In this case, it's like... it's accurate, but like the timing is different enough where I don't like quite trust it. Here, I think I got it down. You just do it when it's just about to be there, but... there we go. Does this still have the... oh god, I thought I missed. But it was actually spot on. Oh, fuck me! What is this? Can I get back up? Yes. Okay. I should not have survived that. Oh my god. Aim into it. Fuck you! I hit the fucking bird. Ugh. Oh. Sword of the Sea, seems kind of cool. I don't know. Not like, I'm not like in love with anything. I'll say like definitely, maybe it was more a sign of like being generally tired, but like when I was playing it yesterday, I was definitely like, ooh, you know, this is nice, but also what would be nice would be a nap. And then I pushed on and didn't take that nap, but, you know, I did stop playing for a bit while, thinking about it. I'll say, I think I did start to enjoy it a lot more just when I stopped thinking about it, one, and two, put on some, like, YouTube so I could watch something whilst I was playing. And, I think I preferred that. Jeez, that's very nice of them to put that there. There you go, you gotta get some height on that, rather than going directly into it. Oh my god. Another victory, another level beaten. Oh, this camera is not exactly... well, that camera was normal, but... hey, great time to game over, right when we're starting a new level. That's how I want it to be. Honestly. Christ. Just run under him. You don't have to fight him. Ah! I'm getting impatient, I'm getting impatient is what's happening now. Hit by an enemy I couldn't see because the camera puts the rope in the goddamn middle. Put it at the left! DKC is kind of, in terms of like camera tech, DKC invented sort of a adaptive camera where like by the constraints of the level, the camera could be placed differently, right? Let's say, you know, you're moving left to right only, at which point, like, yeah, just have the camera be right as far to the right as possible and show you more of the level that's coming, because the level that behind you doesn't matter as much, whereas there's other levels, like, you know, the icicle... Shit, fuck, ass. There's the ice level, where, like, you need to... Let's just end it, end it, end it. There's the icicle level, where, you know, you're going left and then right and then left and then right, and it makes more sense to have the camera sort of be in the middle. Having the camera be this way, in this case, where you're riding it across a gap and, you know, jumping off to one side. What? He was below me! I should have bounced off his head! You don't get to attack me from below! What the fuck? It's not how DKC works! Maybe it shouldn't be a surprise that this version, oh my god. Give me my rope back. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, look at this camera situation. It's practically on the right! It's showing me more about where I've been. I can't go to the left. Why is this showing me the left side? Fucking hell. I guess it should be not a surprise that the Game Boy Color version isn't as refined as the Game Boy Advance version. Like, that version feels weird and has some weird differences as well, the boot. But, you know, it definitely feels weird, but this feels weird the way that I'm, like, more acutely feeling. I don't know. There's not enough time to see those guys and see how they move because they just appear on screen like that because I'm so far on the fucking right. One of those guys moves all the way up down. That guy. I guess everyone else is just... No, that guy moves up, down, all the way. That guy's half screen. On our last life, goddammit. Natural to land on the top half of the rope because you sort of like jump, do a full jump situation. Also great is you jump off the rope onto an enemy you can't fucking see. Yeah, that's fucking great. Great job, guys. At least we got DK back. Camera's all screwed up. At least I got a 1-up. I really like this necky situation, but it's better when the camera is properly placed. You have just a bit more fucking time to react to these guys. Fuck me. Let's do another card here. Looking forward to Shinobi, Arts of Vengeance. Vengeance or Revenge? Let me see. My chat is in the way of the card on my screen. Vengeance. Yes. Wasn't sure if it was like Revengeance is Metal Gear. Wouldn't be that, I suppose. I'll say, like I said earlier, I've been playing the Ninja Gaiden game, the new one, the 2D one. It's all right, but I'll say like reviews for like Shinobi have come out, and they're like very positive. And it seems like there's a whole like it seems like a very glowing, much more glowing impression versus just Ninja Gaiden, which is very much just like it's all right, pretty good. Whereas this is like, ooh, this is probably one of the best games of year so far, And I watched the trailer and it does look fucking dope. Where Ninja Gaiden is like, okay, we took your Ninja Gaiden from 20 years ago, and we sort of slowly blow it up into more of a modern game. Slowly, kind of, only a little bit, really. Whereas this new Ninja Gaiden, this new Shinobi, looks like it's got a lot going for it. It's exciting. It has like combo stuff going on. It looks like the combat looks really like cool and flashy and fast-paced. Yikes. Fuck. There's a lot about that Shinobi that just looks really cool. That's coming out like later this week. I'm gonna get it and play it. And that'll be fun. That's a game I am planning to get and spend a whole bunch of time with. Again, with that guy, you can't see him. You just gotta know not to jump low. If the camera wasn't so fucking shit, you'd be able to see that guy. I like a lot about this game aesthetically. I like seeing these zingers zinging around in, like, Game Boy Color resolution. I think it looks great. I think this game is great to look at, colorful-wise, I think that graphically, like, this is probably some of the best graphics on the Game Boy Color. It's limited, but, like, it's pre-rendered. It's gorgeous. It's, like a Bob Ross come to life in the background. It's so detailed and beautiful. And I like to see it. God damn it. Fuck ass. But I am getting real fucking tired of dying. Real fucking tired of having to do... it's pretty generous insofar as, like, yeah, just do half the level. That's all it's asking. Half the level. You can sort of see a little bit of him, like, at the edge. Like, at the very edge. We're further to the right here than we are on foot. That's insane. That's backwards. Someone fucked up. Those guys just come out of fucking nowhere, and there's not time to fucking react to them when the KONG letter is gone. Why do they make it so that collecting KONG is permanent? That was a mistake. That was a goddamn mistake, especially if you're gonna give clues based on that, if that's like an indicator. You can't have your indicators disappear. I'm getting hot. I am not like I am aware that I am clearly tilting. honestly I wasn't expecting to do. I've played the original of this so much, but man, like all the little shitty inadequacies that this version has is really getting to me. Here, there's KONG. It's right there. You can't see it. You just have to know, get the fuck out the way. Okay, I think we're good. We just have to get through this part. We nearly did earlier. Just one of the last ones got me. Oh, thank fuck! Oh my god! Christ. This game's hard. Really excited about, very, very excited about, Shinobi. I think it looks great. You know, it is not a Metroidvania, worth noting. It kind of has a map, has some exploration type stuff, but you're not backtracking, you're not getting abilities, or, you know, at any rate, it's not really a Metroidvania in that way. You know, which sounds good, though, then again, I do like me a Metroidvania, you know. Kind of sounds like in the same way like the second half of the Messenger was a little bit more open, maybe, except people like this one and aren't, like, complaining about it. I mentioned the other day, the other stream, apparently people don't like it when the Messenger does its big turn. That surprised me. I personally, and maybe this says a lot about me versus, like, other people who are more into Ninja Gaiden, the original. But, like, when the Messenger had its turn, I was like, ooh! I was like, ooh, this just got a lot better. And I do think the second half is a lot better. Apparently, that's an unpopular opinion. That's something that happens occasionally, you know? Happened to y'all? Just having no idea your opinion was unpopular? And just suddenly hearing, like, a bunch of people say, like, oh no, yeah, I hate, you know, well, you took for granted to be like, oh, everyone knows this is sick, right? Like, we all love the Messenger. The Messenger begat Sea of Stars, which we also all officially love, right? And then hear someone go like, oh, that part was shit, though. The part that I liked? Again, probably just a factor of me. Here the camera is on the left. It is like... You see that? In that level, the camera was correctly positioned. What the fuck? Hey, let's look at this fucking candy challenge. Just out of curiosity. This time it's just... They're all just regular bonus games. You can just play those without doing anything special. Can I ride this? Yeah! Yeah! Yo! You gotta jump off it before it ends. Before the end of the line there. That's fun though. Always was a fun part of this level. I wonder if the same thing. Yes. In this level, if you run, those guys will always jump right over you. So, you know, just run forward freely without worrying. Those guys are no problem. In this version and the original. And, I don't know about Game Boy Advance version. Maybe Game Boy Advance version as well. Who can say? Making some progress. We're sailing forward. Unimpeded. I think there were 3 originally in that pit. probably should have backtracked to get the espresso. If there's a next time, if we don't beat this right now, we'll remember next time. Whew. I wonder if this frame rate is right, or it's supposed to be a higher frame rate. I assume that, like, my emulation is normal style, but... Oopsie daisy. I don't have, like, any sort of, like, frame skip on, right? Frame size, frame skip, 0. Yeah, no, it's... should be full... It says 60 frames a second in the upper corner. This is just what it looks like. Okay. Cool. I do worry with some of the performance stuff, just like, you know, is this how it's supposed to look? And I guess yeah, it's a Game Boy Color. And not the most powerful system in the world, you know. Weird with retro games, you know, like obviously a modern system can perform them 100%, but like perhaps it is more natural to have like kind of a, you know, insufficient performance. Shinobi, I'm excited for that. Looking forward to that. That's like Thursday, right? Thursday, Friday. I will definitely pick that up, and you know, I'll tell you what I think about it on Friday's stream, I reckon. I think it's gonna be a good deal better than Ninja Gaiden, which I'm kind of right now feeling like a little bit mid. And it's not bad. It's definitely good, but it's on the mid side. Whereas Shinobi kind of looks like it's like a top tier, you know? It kind of looks like it kicks ass. And is like, you know, better than the likes of, like, Marco the Ninja. Sick. Let's... Oopsie daisy. They changed this in the GBA version, this boss. I think this is more what it was originally. It gets mad, it goes up and down, rinse, repeat. Oh. We're about halfway through the game. We've been going around like 2 hours. We've been going somewhat slow just because some levels have really fucked, have really like, you know, thrown us for a loop. We're heading now into like more difficult territory, but you know, we can use a handful of, yeah. Look at that pose! Oh, that doesn't really, like, work 100%. The winking doesn't look as good as, like, right now, that jump pose. That jump pose looks great. The winking? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's all pre-rendered, so it's, like, you know, accurate, but... yeah, woo. We only have one life left, and this is an infamous level. Let's just go ahead and honk the head right there, refresh our lives, and you know, starts another thing. Here's another card. I'm kind of almost out of cards, honestly. But here is the last of the gaming ones. Silk Song. That's another game that's about to come out. Another game that's about to come out in the very near future. I am excited for it. I only got into Hollow Knight like a year or two ago, so it really hasn't been that long of a wait for me. It's only been like a year or two. So I'm excited. I'm thinking it's gonna be great. You know, from what I can tell. Framey. From what I can tell, it looks really good. It looks really fast-paced. I like all the mobility that I've seen. What the fuck was that hitbox? I was on top of the motherfucker. On top of his goddamn head. Motherfucker. This is not, maybe this doesn't surprise anyone. This shouldn't surprise anyone. But I don't think this is the best version of this game. God, when we get to the snow barrel blast portion, oh man. Let's see if the shortcut works. That's what we should investigate once we get to that part of the level. We should see if... I swear it had ticked over to the right side there. Do a frame by frame. Had it ticked over. If it did take over, that's bullshit. This level wrecked you on normal. DKC. Yeah, this level is a wrecker. H Bucket, how you doing? Silk Song, next week. I'm excited for it. I will say, I'm going to be doing a stream of you know, my first time with Silk Song. That will be next Thursday. Not this Thursday, next Thursday. So, I'm excited for that. You know, it's definitely... I feel like with this year, there's a couple of fucking indie games that are poised, you know? That are poised to be like, okay, you know, we got Bonanza, we got Claire Obscure, we got Blueprints, we got some pretty good Game of the Year contenders already, you know? Some stuff that'll fill your fucking list, you know? But, like, you know, we haven't gotten halfway point. Let's go. You know, Silk Song might rule. Mina the Hollower might rule. Oh, Death Stranding 2? I didn't play Death Stranding 1, so I didn't do Death Stranding 2 either. Shit, I had 0 lives! Ah! Checkpoint for nothing. Let me note, when I say Game of the Year, I don't care what Keeley says. You know what I mean? What I'm strictly saying is that a game that will be, like, in contention for me, for my top 10, and maybe even for the top of the list, you know? And, like, Hades 2. Hades 2 is this year, as well. What other indie games are also... Fuck you, that hitbox is terrible! What other games are coming out this year that are, like, indie darlings, expected to be kick-ass? It's Hades 2, Silk Song. I feel like there's a third. Is there a third? I mean, Shinobi, I mentioned earlier, is about to come out later this week. That's people are saying it's fucking great. You know, a list filler, I think. Maybe not, like, for the #1 slot, but yeah. Slay the Spire 2 might be early access this year. That could be good. I didn't play the first one. It is by an indie dev, but it's a Sega IP. Oh, I didn't know it was like an indie dev doing it. That's really cool. I mean, I understood that it was a established franchise, but more indie devs should be able to have a crack at established franchises like that. It's really very cool every time it happens. Lizard Cube? I've not heard of Lizard Cube. I said Mina. Mina the Hollower, I think, could be really good. You know, that's the Shovel Knight people. Hey, let's try seeing if the shortcut works. Wait. Doesn't that usually get you into the shortcut? Going up like that? Shortcut is definitely still there. Lizard Cube. Oh, that's the developer. Okay, Lizard Cube made it. Jeez, fucking... I'll say, by the way, Trebucket, anyone else tuning in, a convenient thing about this version is it saves after every level. It's still kind of fucking kicking my ass in a lot of these levels, so, like, you know, it's not exactly helping. Let's try the shortcut. Hey, it actually shows you the shortcut, which, you know, helps a lot. You know, you actually see it on screen for a second. How about that? And, yeah, I can confirm the shortcut still works. Works great. Ugh! Slip slide ride! Let's go, this level's hard. Is this the underwater music? Or is this the ruins music? Or like the underwater ruins music from Donkey Kong Land. I think this is Donkey Kong Land's water music. Interesting. I guess there must have been cases where they just didn't... The music didn't work, so they said, like, okay, put in something from Land. It doesn't matter what. I feel like there's some real bangers. Hang on. 2025 indie bangers upcoming. If I put that into Google, actually, I'm putting it into start page. Indie games. Not albums. What does DualShockers say? Top games coming. Table flip simulator, never heard of it. Bendy, never heard of it. Escape from Dukov, what? Tiny Bookshop, what? Land Party Adventures, huh? Unbeatable, never heard of it. Chroma Gun 2, didn't play Chroma Gun 1. Dead Take, never heard of it. Disc County? Okay. Karn? Painkiller. Mouse PI for Hire. Oh, that's one I've seen. Yeah, Mouse PI for Hire looks really cool. Sword of the Sea just came out. Actually, update your list. Yuko Replayly. Nope. That's a remake of a bad game. You should not have that on your list. Get that out of there. And Mina the Hollower. They're missing, Hades 2. I don't know, maybe DualShockers isn't the greatest publication in the world. You know, Googling up a random thing and going with the top SEO choice, it's like, you know, I watched a video the other day talking about how, like, you know, yes, Google made their algorithm worse. They know it. Because and it's not just because, like, oh, you know, terrible sites just happen to optimize SEO, but also, like, you know, those terrible sites, they're full of ads. Who makes the ads? Oh, they're Google ads. Oh my god. Actually, makes sense to recommend pages loaded with Google ads by Google. Actually, I wasn't using Google, so I guess I should shut the fuck up because it wasn't Google that served me that ad. Whatever. Let's take a death. Let's... I don't want to go into the second half of this level with 0 lives, so ought to game over, get 5 lives back, and then carry on. This would be easier if I had allowed myself the use of save states or something. You know, at the very least we could always, like, hold on to our midway. I could make that ruling. I could at any point say, okay, from here on out, we save at the midway and reload. The only reason not to would be, I don't know, man, I don't want to have to grab my mouse. There's the MGBA, is there like a way to do that as a hotkey? I don't know. As like a hotkey on a controller? Probably. Really feel like setting that up right now. Checkpoint, let's go perfect. And with all our lives, if I'm not mistaken. Dead. Fuck. In hitbox. I was on top of that motherfucker. I was jumping on that motherfucker. Bit me. I feel like with indie games, there's a good number of Game of the Year type contenders, and also with like, all happened so fast there. I also feel like with indie games, you know, you never can count out, you know, a sudden blueprint, right? You can never count out, like, a Neon White just coming out of nowhere, and... shit, fuck, ass. I feel like we're gaining, like, a weird amount of height every jump there. There's, like, a Kong barrel to the left, it's to the right, it's not worth it. It's hard to time that thing, and if I miss, I would die. We should just truck on. I can't see the fucking zinger below me. Camera, come on, man. Okay, second half was real nice, relatively. Woo! Okay. Second half really wasn't that bad. I jumped right into a nut. Lot of good indie games coming. I'm really excited for a lot of them. Silk Song. Fuck. Okay. Right, you hold down the button to do a big jump in this one. Hitting the button as soon as you hit just doesn't work. Doesn't work as well. In the original game, you would dismount to deal with that guy. Also, you should have just been able to walk over that guy as Espresso, but, you know, whatever. This version of the game is, jank. Hey, count blessings, you know, that's first try checkpoint. At this rate, take what I can fucking get. I'll say, having relatively recently replayed Land 1, 2, and 3, like maybe a year ago or so, you know, when they came out on Game Boy Online, I think those games are better. I do think they I mean, it probably helps that they're not the same levels, that they're different layouts, different everything, and you don't have the muscle memory that can screw you up. And also, they're, like, designed around this slightly different physics. You know, first try, let's go. Maybe it was second, I don't know. It was not that many tries, is the point. Oh, man, water level, beautiful. I think that, the other 3 Game Boy games are better. And honestly didn't expect that. I guess just, you know, like I said, the layouts here are good, but they were good for the physics of the original DKC. Mapped onto Donkey Kong Land, it just feels wrong. Just subtly wrong, you know? Like, just doesn't flow as well as you want it to, that sort of thing. Still, let's truck on through. I still would like to do this all tonight. We got, what, 2.5 worlds left? It's been about 2 hours. You heard from Jeff Grubb. Love that Donkey Kong Land is surprisingly good. It is. I think it has the most, like, ambition of any of the land games. You know, it has, like, unique biomes and everything. And I do think it maybe ages a bit better than this, let's say. I don't know. I will say that I love the way this game looks. I love the way the colors look. I wish that Donkey Kong Land 1, 2, and 3 were all colorized so that, you know, it would be easier to see what things are. The things would be more attractive? Weird. Is it weird to describe a game as attractive? This game's beautiful. What can you want? Even on the Game Boy Color, it looks great. Whereas, like, if this was all 4 colors, it's like, yeah, you know, it can be an exercise of, like, what is that gray blob? You know, a little more flat. And it helps some like Game Boy features that they got where it's like, oh, you know, the sprite layer is one color, the background layer is another color, but you know, you might not want to do that because it's not as authentic. It's also like Super Game Boy colors, where if you put a Game Boy cart into a Super Game Boy, it would add other colors, and these were not on like the DS or like on the game. When you tried to play these games on the Game Boy Advance, I think you couldn't play them on the Game Boy on the DS. Another nice, good old-fashioned clear. This is not so dark. Squawks just lights up the level, just makes it bright. That's how they did it in this version. Wow. In the original version, it's like a beam of light that is actually like, I want to say emulated, even though that's silly. That it's actually like, you know, faces comes out of the flashlight, and you know, turns when you turn and stuff. This is just like, yeah, no, it's light. It's fine. We couldn't make the effect work, and it probably wasn't important to figure it out. Honestly, it's a Game Boy Color. You need all the brightness you can. You're probably playing this, you know, no backlight. They didn't have backlights back then. First try, let's go. We're getting some good old-fashioned first tries. All right, we're moving. We're going through this. I think on the VOD, I'll timestamp each world. By the way. I've been thinking about that as I've been playing, though I don't think every time I've gone to a new world I've said, like, hey, you know, here's Vine Valley, or the one where it's snowing, but, you know, hopefully there's enough of a transition that it'll be fine. Again, I hold down the button, don't hit it with good timing to bounce off a tire. I'm too used to returns and Tropical Freeze. Obviously, in the original DKC, I think you could do either. Like, hit it as soon as you landed, or hold down the button. But here, hold down the button or bust. well, we got a checkpoint, so we're probably about to run into a new DK barrel for the second half. Or did we already have that? It's been a minute since... Okay, I feel like it's... There we go, okay. Whew. I got a couple more cards left. Basically, some stuff about streams I'm going to do in the... Fuck me. Near future stream stuff. I already mentioned that Silk Song will be next week. I'll be doing that. I'll also say, this Sunday, more Mario Galaxy 1+2. On my birthday, I did, in May. I say maybe I would imagine there's a lot of people who don't know when my birthday is off the top of their heads. Back in May, fuck me. That's a face. Back in May, I did a Mario Galaxy 1+2 stream where I played the two of them, and I switched back and forth between games. Damn it. Okay, we're good. We haven't gamed over in a while. We're making good, steady progress here in Gorilla Glacier, which is the world that we're on, by the way. In May, I did a stream where I played Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, and I switched games every 5 lives, got 35 stars in each of them, which is quite a coincidence because I'm 35 right now, so, that's sort of the... I didn't know it would time out quite that well, where, like, we would be approaching 35 around the time in both games, around the time that I was meaning to end the stream, but it did work out that way, so I did end it at just the perfect time, basically, and I would like to continue that because that was a lot of fun. So this Sunday, we will be continuing it. It is Labor Day weekend this weekend, so, like, it's, perfect time for it, right? It's perfect time to, like, to just, like, sit back and do a big, long stream where, I'll say, ideally, at the end of that stream, we'll have beaten both games. I believe you need 70 stars to do both of them, so we're, like, halfway through them. So, yeah, that would make sense to me. Those guys are kind of funny placement there. Like, you can't get as close as I would think, I guess. Hitbox, I don't know. That time I jumped on him. You could jump up through these. I don't think you can do that in the original. Honestly, it's nicer that you can. Ah! Last life. Bah, that doesn't feel good. Oh god! I thought I was boned there. His death animation is funny looking? Yeah, it totally is. That's, I'll say I'm definitely... Earlier, when I beat a boss, I thought that the Diddy Kong, like, thumbs up thing looked funny. But that death animation probably would make a pretty good thumbnail. All things considered, Like, what the hell? Why does it look so goofy? Yeah! Yeah! Yeah, we did it! And we have 0 lives to boot, so, like, that... One more death would have done us. That is a funny. Yeah, that's thumbnail. That's thumbnail right there. That I gotta have a good thumbnail of him going like, or whatever he's doing. How's the Diddy Kong death? Is the Diddy Kong death half as good? That is a question we should ask as we see Diddy Kong. Next time Diddy Kong dies, let's look at his face. Go under. Go under. And then, count them. Oh, I totally landed on his back there. Nah, that's just regular. That looked pretty normal. He was like going like, oh, jeez. That's what he normally does. Nah, that's it. That's the thumbnail. Let's see what it looks like when we beat the boss. Maybe the boss beaten one would also look funky. 1, 2, jump. 1, 2, 3, jump. Oh. Yeah, he just looks sad. And like he has one mono eye. 1. Okay, he doesn't jump as far, so 1, 2, 3. Try to be in the middle. 1, 2. Oh, fuck. 3. It was third hit. One, 2. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4. There we go. He looks angry in this victory pose. It looks like he's like, argh. Not as good as the Kremkroc Industries. Let's go. I should probably start. Not as good as Bonanza's victory animation, victory dance. Oh boy, I wonder how these oil barrels are gonna be in this version. Good, I hope! Oh. We got just 2 worlds and K. Rool left. It's what? It's like 2.5 hours since we began. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's good. We're making good time, and definitely, probably, almost certainly, we'll be finishing this tonight. Let's go for broke. Just 2 worlds, just 2 worlds. How long could it take? Depends how hard the worlds are. Oh, these barrels are great. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. They're actually nicer. They don't do the 1, 2, 3. It's just on, off. On, off. These are nicer than the original. Oh no, this does the 1, 2, 3. Fuck. We have 0 lives left too, so that's unfortunate. And we're dead. Well, you know, first try was going pretty well. Probably, you know, we'll get it the next time. So yeah, that Mario Galaxy stream will be next week. Be this weekend. I'm excited. I'm ready to play that game again. I will be doing a bunch of that. That was the card that was last before I finished the boss. It's like a minute or two more than that. But I feel like I didn't finish my thought. So, this is me finishing that thought. Really excited. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 are fantastic games, and I really enjoyed my time with that first stream. Like, that, worked beautifully. I mean, I feel like with all those, like, with the streams where the gimmick is, I'm going to play this game until I die X times, you know, the first world always goes too well. You know, the first 2 worlds, it's always a while until the first time a death happens. God damn it. God damn you. I was on topic. Oh. Go ahead and get this, and then get Ramby, and let's go. It's always a while until a death happens, until you die enough times in a world. Oh, and by the way, if we beat a boss, that refreshes our, that will refresh our things. I'll say, last time I was making sure to get every star that I could, and like pretty much 100%ing every world as we came to him. I think going forward, in the second stream of that, I will be picking my battles a little bit more. You know, I'll be saying like, okay, let's do this star and then this star and then, you know, go on to the boss. You know, like, fuck. 2, 3. Should roll and jump for the next one at that point. I'll say, I think with 2, I basically got, you know, I got everything and had just unlocked, like, the next boss thing or something. But with 1 especially, I'm like, way ahead of the curve as far as, like, stars go. Like, I have a lot more stars than are necessary to fight the world's boss that I ended on last time. Or even to, like, you know, fight the next boss, maybe even. I'll definitely do some star collecting before facing a boss, you know. I'll say we should at least do 1... We have plenty here, so we should be able to just damage boost through this. Yeah! Woo! Good. I'll say we should at least do 1 star from each level before doing the thing, and that'll make it so that, you know, I can't just go, oh no, I'm really low on lives, let me just beat the boss real fast. Like, no, I gotta work for it at least a little bit. But this time it'll be 7 lives, so we'll have more rope, which is handy because we are at the hard part of the game in Galaxy 1 and 2, and, like, you know, gonna be difficult. Nah, this isn't the fuel barrel level. This is just... You don't get the fuel barrels in this one. That's the other one. That's Fuel Barrel Trek. It's in the next world, but... This... Was this one always here? Yes, and then the next one is the elevator antics one. Yeah. Again, with the... They're able to attack me from below if I'm not jumping. That's weird. He looks so happy when he's beating his chest. We've barely given him an opportunity to beat chest. So, look at that smile! He's so happy. He's never been happier while beating chest. He's just like, ah, ha, ha, ha. That's what he's... Ridiculous. He also has a funny smile when jumping. Now that I'm looking at it. It's like he's sort of like, you know, he's sort of like a jazz musician. Like, yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this, but like I picture a cool customer being like, yeah, baby, I'm beating my chest. I don't know. This level isn't so much botched. This one is solid. Solid as a rock. Oh, did they previously turn around? I think that's different. I think in the original, they totally just fall the fuck off when they reach the end of the platform because, you know, it's the end of a platform. They can't. Like that. I believe that is different in this version. Gotta time the roll. And also make sure I'm not falling off. Gotta be careful with the roll as well. I would really dislike having to do this one from the start, considering that, you know, it's an auto-scroller, platform level, and it's kind of slow. So let's not die here. We can at least get another life here in a few bananas. Woo! At least it looks really... Fuck! Ah! Comboed! Fucking comboed me there. Got my first hit and then just bounced me off the platform. Great. Fucking great. Don't look so happy, DK. We have 0 lives. And I don't believe we're close to getting another one. This one's... I'll say, you know, we didn't start with a full lives. So, oh, hey, we can just jump up to this. Yeah, let's get some bonus. Wait. I'm only getting like 3 or 4 from every one of these banana bunches. You fucking kidding me with this? They're increasing as we go up in value, and then there's a life. I think it's weird to have banana bunches that aren't... I'm gonna say 10, but they could also be 5, I guess. I'm not certain. I think they were 5 originally, and 10... Or, I think they were 10 originally, and 5 in Donkey Kong 64. It's a bonus game, Bonanza. They have bananas. It's a bonus game claptrap. They have multiple banana bunches and you jump on them. That's a traditional mini game for the series. Why? Shit! That's anyone's guess. That bonus game, like, shunt me back to the very start of the sequence. That kind of blows, actually. Like, it was nice that we were able to do the bonus game, but, like, at what cost? A minor inconvenience. That's fine. I'll take it. Let's truck on through. Okay, we're as far as we've gotten before. So this is new territory. We have both our Kongs. We have a spare life. I think I can breathe. Oh god. Alright, that one doesn't fall. I can't switch Doesn't a crush aboard the platform? I can't switch to Donkey Kong right now, so... if that happens... I have no recourse but to wait until he falls off. Ooh. What is that? Barrels. Okay. Shit. This level's so long. Please. Okay, I think we're at the thing where it like gives us an out. And we can go right to the end, or we can do an extra thing. Is that right? How does this level end? Oh, thank God. With a few extra barrels, but we did it! Oh. Every level here is so... is more difficult than I remember. Or at least in the original, you know. Card. Game Pass stream soonish. Another stream that I want to do in the near future. I'm not 100% sure when, but I tentatively am thinking Tuesday. But maybe I'll do it like Memorial Day or Labor Day afternoon. Like in the afternoon of Labor Day. Probably Tuesday next week. But I want to do a stream, which is something that I've done a bit, something that I've done a bunch, where I try out a bunch of Game Pass games that are on Game Pass. I kind of noticed recently, as I was looking at my Xbox for the first time in a while, I was, for a time, thinking about playing some more Clair Obscur. And then I said, I don't have the energy for this, and then I didn't play Clair Obscur. But turns out there's kind of a lot. There's hurdling, there's Gears of War Reload, there's Frag Punk, which is that first-person shooter that I remember seeing a trailer for here and again that looked pretty good. There's Wheel World is on Game Pass. I had no idea that was on Game Pass. I've heard good things about Wheel World, and you know, I think I'd like to try out all those games, and I would like to do that before Silksong comes out, so I'm thinking next... I don't have Diddy Kong. I'm thinking next Tuesday. Assuming we beat this right here and now, which I did totally assume when I wrote the schedule for you know, I got the schedule thing right here. It assumes that we beat this game tonight, to be clear. So, like, if we don't, then, you know, the schedule will have to change. Which is fine. Not a big deal, honestly. But, yeah, Game Pass stream, got a bunch downloaded. There, you know, might be more in the near future. I'll say, you know, definitely... I like to do Game Pass streams around major releases, and I'll say, like, it would therefore make sense to do the Silksong stream as the Game Pass stream, and, like, maybe if I don't end up finding a schedule for it, finding a time for it, Silksong will have, like, Wheel World and a couple other games, like, at the end of its stream. But I think I would like to do Silksong as its own thing. It is that anticipated. And, you know, it only just happens to be on Game Pass, so... I don't need to I don't need to pair it up with, like, you know, a half dozen other games that, you know, I'll probably like fine. You know, I bet I'll like Wheel World. I bet I'll like, I think Hurdlings will be at least interesting. I don't know about Gears of War Reloaded. I'll say I've never been a big Gears of War fan, but I don't think I've ever... I don't know, I really give them the time of day, honestly. And it would be nice to give this one the time of day. Did I try a Gears of War once on a stream? On like one of these Game Pass streams, like... I think I might have done once, like before streams were archived, so I don't think that VOD exists anymore, if there was one ever, but I feel like just Gears hasn't really clicked with me. I don't know, we'll see. I'll say if... I gotta think about it, honestly. I gotta think about it and feel like, do I want to do 4 streams next week? Between Silksong, Game Pass, Mario Galaxy, etc. Or should I just do Silksong plus some Game Pass games as a bonus? When I say it that way, we should probably do it that way. Just do like a couple hours of Silksong, and then like Herdling, Fragpunk, and maybe 1 or 2 others. Wheel World has to be on the list. Maybe Gears of War. Again, I'm not a big Gears of War person, and like I don't know how long it would take to get into that. Like, maybe just stick to the really cool indie games during that stream. As I talk about it, I'm feeling like, you know, scratch that, let's do Silksong and Friends. You know, that's been like a trend recently with Silksong. A bunch of indie games moving out of the way of Silksong. Let's, I'm gonna also start a bunch of other indie games during that then. And we'll just, you know, appreciate that just because Silksong is out doesn't mean that we can't play Wheel World and enjoy it on Game Pass. Tell me that hitbox looked right to you. Tell me that looked right. I was jumping on that motherfucker. I was in the air, I was above its dumb ass. I feel like this is the dead dog do not eat of Donkey Kong Country versions. Like, yeah, it's a version of Donkey Kong in lower fidelity. And with jankier, like, physics. Oh, okay. Like, even jankier than the, Even jankier than the, Down there is a Kong barrel, I should go get it. Even jankier than the GBA versions. Like, oh, how is it? Is it good? What do you think? It's a little rough. It's a little rough. Still, you know, I do appreciate seeing it. It's you know, filling in a hole in my Donkey Kong Country experience. And my god, I wish that the LAN games looked as good as this. You know, it's kind of a shame that, like, the original Game Boy didn't have color, you know. Obviously, you know, color. There was a really dumbass, SNES salesman? Informational, instructional video? Basically, like, instructing floor reps how to broach the topic of, like, you should buy a Nintendo, not Sega. Ooh, stinky, stinky. You know? And one of the things they said is, like, you know, like, people might come to you and say, like, you know, I'm looking at the Game Boy, but, you know, there's these other handhelds that have color. And you should tell them, like, oh, you know, you may think you want a color handheld, but let me tell you, color? Poo-poo. You know, it's crap. You know, what you actually want, you gotta realize, right? Like, it's gonna cost you in batteries all those ding-dang colors. You know, your battery life is gonna suffer tremendously. The hell was is that? The path... Okay. You're gonna suffer. Your color is gonna be all screwed up. And also, battery life. This same guy also went on to say later, like, you know, hey, if your customers tell you, like, they want a CD-ROM system, just tell them, CD-ROM is slow. CD-ROM is slow. Very silly thing to say, like, 20 years later. Like, yeah, load times aren't great, but you gotta admit, like, you would have to be the biggest fanboy, you know, to deny that, like, yeah, moving from cartridges was the right call. I mean, hey, Nintendo eventually moved back, worth noting, but, like, you know, like, yeah. The timing! Did I have to jump? That's so rough. I personally like, you know, DVD, disc-based games. I guess I say that. I've been digital only for the last 15 years. That's not true. Maybe 10 years? 10 years for sure. I wasn't sure about Nintendo for a while. You know, I wasn't sure about buying games on Wii U digitally. And honestly, I think that's bore out, you know, the Wii U kind of went away after it died. Now its marketplace is gone and, like, you know, you can't re-download Wii U games. I mean, I say that at the same time. Also, there's no new Wii U's, so it's not like I have a new Wii U to re-download it on. Also, you know, it's not like there is somewhere where I would download it to. Also, it's not like, you know, even the physical games, right, are going to be put out of service by, like, you know, the failure of our Wii U, consoles. And I guess the final thing to note is, like, whatever happens to your original copies, man, you bought it, and, no court in the land would tell you, like, yeah, you know, once Nintendo says that you don't have it anymore, you don't have it anymore. Every court in the land would be like, no, you can make a backup and then you can play it on whatever hardware that you please. You know, I mentioned earlier the Thor, you know, which is a 2-screen, retro handheld with a very powerful chip. That very powerful chip is supposed to be pretty damn good for Wii U emulation. So, you know, compared to what I have in the Flip 2, which is maybe barely serviceable for Wii U emulation. And also it has the 2 screens, so, like, you know, Wii U, eat your heart out. I'll say still, you know, I think that PS3 and Wii U emulation is nice. Man, I'd kill for 360 in particular. I mean, let me be clear. I am using exaggeration. I would not literally kill anyone for any sort of emulation, but I would I would love 360 just because the Xbox Live Arcade was such a huge place with tons of killer games, and many of which I think would be amazing to get. You really have to jump real fucking early to make the platform, huh? That one, actually, later was correct. 2. Oh, God. This is a larger gap than in the original. That's a much larger gap than in the original game. Thank God, a fucking water level. that's probably one of the aspects of the Thor I'm looking forward to the most. Just like the powerful chipset, you know, being able to handle everything on lower hardware just without flinching, provided that the emulators are supportive, you know, or like supporting the various games. But, you know, the idea of Wii U, PS3, both of those, maybe even win later, you know, very, very promising. I'll say I should also probably consider... I'll say I'm very much considering, like, I don't know how, like, Rocknix is going to work with the two-screen gimmick. And probably, you know, at least at launch, it's going to be a work in progress, but... I'm very curious about Rocknix, which is the, like, a Linux distribution that works on ARM devices. And, you know, you can install that and get emulators that otherwise you can't get on Android. That said, I'm pretty sure that if you do that, you can't do, like, remote play. Like, you know, from Xbox Series X to your retro handheld, so you couldn't play, like, Doom the Dark Ages, but... The screen on the Retroid Pocket 2, I feel like, just isn't quite big enough for, like, full HD gaming. You know, like, from this era where it's, like, 4K and all, you know? But I'll say the Thor does have a 0.5-inch larger screen. It's 6 inches rather than 5.5, so, like, maybe, this will be really good. Maybe it'll be ideal. I'm really excited for that thing to arrive. It's nice to have a water level, just because I say that this is a very difficult water level, so like we'll see how we fare, you know. Honestly, we have 2 lives right now. That's not, Right. We have 1 life right now, sorry. I didn't realize we were that destitute. So we have to be really careful because these levels are slow, like CD-ROM. You know, we gotta make sure we're not having to do it multiple times. We are about to get a 1-up. Oh my god. On guard. I feel so bad, and we still haven't gotten our 1-up, so we can't unclench. We must clench. Gotta stay clenched until, fuck me. Double fuck me, that invulnerability was so short. That's, I feel like, usually longer. And usually that would, get off. We started with 2 lives there, so, you know... Kind of makes sense that we would, maybe game over. But, interesting that this is all on 1 screen now, rather than the 2-screen in the original. I guess that was weird in the first game, that it, like, didn't, like, scroll the map over, but instead, like, went to a completely different page. I guess probably just hardware limitation, you know. Easier to just do 2 different map pages than to, like, make it scroll sophisticatedly. We got there first time last time, so, you know, all told, it's not a big deal. And we're already, I think, most of the way there. It's just, you know... I like the way that those fish look. The color of the, on the underside of those fish looks really sharp, looks really bright, really nice. Ah, jeez, I thought I could thread the needle there. I might say that that's even better than the normal color scheme of those guys. The sharks look terrible, conversely. Sharks, bad. But the jellyfish? Middle. Mid tier. Fantastic looking fish. Look at that fish. That's a damn good fish. That's probably the best fish on the Game Boy Color. What do you think? Best fish on the Game Boy Color? This fish right here? If you know a better fish, let me know. We went through them that time. Perfect. Actually did thread a needle that time. Perfect, perfect, perfect. The purple squidges are alright. I think the purple squidges are better than the gray squidges. There is Ungard. Ungard's a fish. I do think those fish are better than Ungard. Time saving. It's harder in this because when you get hit, you lose your on guard entirely. It's not like you can go reclaim them like in the original game. It's just one and done. That said, it is better than most transformations in the other game. Wario Land 3 has a big mouse fish that eats cheese. That's pretty good. That might be good as well. That might be up there. I'll have to see a photo of that. I say a photo. La-di-da. Like I'd look out of a camera. I need to see like a screenshot of that. I need to see like the sprite. Oh, an emote would work. Probably. What are the odds that like... I mean, Twitch is a big platform. You gotta imagine someone has, like, every possible sprite as an emote somewhere. But the odds are next to zero that, like, someone, especially, you know, Bucket, for example, would be able to just say, like, oh, check out this emote. Done! Great! Minecart Madness. Ooh, I'm not looking forward to Blackout Basement. That's gonna be rough. That's gonna be rough. Here's another card before we get into this. Streamiversary stream plan. Yeah, Streamiversary is in, like... Let's see, it's end of August, September, October, November. Start of November is the Streamiversary. Here's a link to the mouse fish. Okay, let me look at that. It kind of looks like a catfish, even though it's a mouse fish. Trying to zoom in on it. Has like big fangy teeth and looks like a real tough customer. That's a good fish. That's a real good fish. I'll give you that. That's a really cool fish. Yeah. Oh, I unfull screened for a second. I was playing for a second off the capture, like in OBS. That's not how you want to do. I'm hoping this level is a lot easier than the last minecart level, which really, you know, fucked my ass for probably like a good... I think the first minecart level was the longest we spent on any one level. Even with as hard as some of these other levels have been, that first minecart level was just... By the end, I was practically memorizing it. You know, practically like going like, okay, well, I jump here, I jump there. 2 Kremlings here. Which I feel like usually I just sort of wing it and just sort of like play it by ear. You know, I see a guy coming, I react, you know, it's very reactive, my usual style. But here, you know, it's so narrow. I assume it's more narrow than normal. That you really have to pre-game. I'd like to go to the bonus area because that's an easier area to be in. If I die one more time, I'll do a death reset. I don't think we want to get to the halfway on the thing. So Streamiversary plans, right? November. Here's what I was thinking. So November 3rd is like a workday and whatever. So it's not going to be like the longest stream in the world. But I think I would like to do a pretty substantial stream. And what I was thinking off the top of my head... What I was thinking was like, Mario Land, or Donkey Kong Land 1, 2, and 3, switching games every 5 lives. You know, similar to the gimmick with the Mario Galaxy stream, but for the Streamiversary. I was thinking that before I got into this game. Now that I have, maybe not. Just because this is taking a bit longer than I expected. And this is, you know, in the style of Land and, of the Land game, so maybe this is about how long each of those 3 would take individually. And if that's true, then I probably can't do 3 of them in one stream. You know, with or without the gimmick of switching games every X lives. Not at least in a stream that was like reasonably long, you know, like a good 5-6 hours, you know, tops. Like if and when those buzzards in particular are really fucking my ass, I should try to jump. I should jump earlier than you see them. If you jump when you see them, you're already fucked. I don't really believe in, design-wise, that it's good to have you make it so that you have to react to things you can't even see. Like, I believe that you should... Also, like, I jumped early and it still was no fucking good. I believe you should only have to react to things that you see, not things that you remember. That's how I feel about games. I don't know, maybe others disagree. Second half, let's go. That was going really well. I think the second half is easier so far. Say that and then I die. I say it's easier. I will also notice that... Has there been a DK barrel? Where's the DK barrel? Is there not one? That's... I'll say, I always think it's bad design if there's not a DK barrel in a segment... I say a segment. In a half of the level. Before or after a... you know, near a checkpoint, within the span of a checkpoint to checkpoint. You know what I mean? Like, if there's just a part of the level where it expects you to do it without a Kong helper, a second hit, and I generally think that is fucked up and not correct. That's how it originally was. I feel like it doesn't... I feel like this is something I've always said was bad about Returns and Tropical Freeze. And, you know, I've always said that the originals were better in that respect, but... If this is a counterexample, then this is a counterexample. Depending on if it was like this in the actual original, which, you know, is the only one that matters. Yeah, that was a segment without a DK barrel. That's... Huh. Here's Blackout Basements. Oh, cool. Hey, it doesn't actually, like, turn it all black. We can still see... We can still see what's going on. That's actually really nice of them. Like, it's a little dark. I don't know, like, how it looks for y'all on your TVs, but it's very readable. I mean, I guess on a Game Boy, it would be, on an original Game Boy Color, it would be the next best thing to Pitch Dark Night, because, you know, no, For once, this is a level that's easier in this version. Like, we can see the platforms at all time. At no time is gonna be like, hey, make this jump without being able to see what you're landing on. We'll be able to jump. We can see vines as we're jumping to them. I can see the platform I have to jump to. I can see everything. I see it all. I was worried about this level, but I think we're gonna first, do it on the first try here. This is the part where barrels come at you, right? Oh, just one barrel, because only when the guy is, like, spawned in does he start throwing. I'm being very cautious. Because I got the fear in me. Now, that was the nicest version of that level that's ever been. Wow. How about that? It was still kind of, you know, you still have to, like, land on all those platforms. They're very small, and they move really fast, but at least you could see them. At least I could see them. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know what else I'll do for Streamiversary if not that. I have to think of a really good stream idea that's, like, suitable for, like, a good 4-hour stream. You know, that's special and, you know, represents the channel to a certain degree. I could do, like, a variety stream of some sort, but I don't know. I think I like it better if there's, like, a bigger concept to these. That said, like, the Streamiversary, you know, can just be called the Streamiversary on VODs and whatever. It doesn't have to be anything but the Streamiversary. We could have, like, you know, 4 different games to play. You know what? I do so few varieties, or like, you know, bounce around streams these days. Maybe the Streamiversary is just the one bounce around stream we do every year. I'll start brainstorming things for that, I guess. We're like 2 months out from it. I could brainstorm next in a month, you know, whatever. I'll come up with something. And for Extra Life, I'll come up with something for that as well. Extra Life could be the Donkey Kong Land thing. That could be the Extra Life gimmick. And that could go long, or... The thing about Extra Life is I want it to last 12 hours for sure, so, you know, it's possible that that gimmick wouldn't last 12 hours. But, I'll think of something good for Extra Life as well. Final world, Chimp Caverns. Let's go. We're in the final world. What time is it? It's around 11:18. We've been going around about 3 hours and change. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Definitely within this game has been a lot harder than I expected. You know, a lot of the levels have been challenging, and I feel like I am so much more on edge than I ever am playing DKC, or DKC 2, or any of the sequels, or even Like hell, I think last time I played the land games, they were a lot more, you know, gentle on you. Here's the fuel tank level. That's right, yeah, this is tanked up trouble that we're starting with. I'm very tense. There's not that much of this game left. I'm excited to finish it and, you know, fill in that gap on my... As far as, like, Donkey Kong Country versions. The main thing you miss with the DKC version is not hearing the Kremlin grunts when you jump on them. Oh yeah, the sound effects in DKC, you know, that sort of thing. I'm butchering it, aren't I? Those sound effects are so good. You know, that sort of fucking sound effect. One could really hog. Oh wow. That guy was really just coming at me. I should... Shit, I already got to the halfway point. It would have been a good idea to refresh my dudes before going into this level, but whatever. If we got to the halfway on the first try, it's not that hard. It's just, you know, this being a platform level, it's a little bit slow. That, is so good. Imagine if one were to hear that in a video game, how good they would feel. I, for one, would feel really good if I heard that. Hey, hey, hey. If I heard that in a video game. You know, theoretically. Theoretically. It's too soon to say certain things. You know what I mean? It's too soon. It's too soon. People who know, know. Probably most people know by now. You know? And if you don't know, you're you know, I recommend getting on certain things. I recommend playing. Why is there no invulnerability period? That was like not even half a second that I took that second hit. That's screwed up, man. Alright, Chimp Caverns, here we go. Woo, first time in Chimp Caverns, yay. Tanked up trouble, first time playing it. Let's go, let's do it, haha. This level's not hard, it's just long. So, with a full thing. Yeah, it was an appropriate title card, that's true. Yeah, it's random. There's 3 of them. You know, if you look behind me, you'll see some lovely water and some lovely, like, seaweed. That's from the title screen. That's from the title screen. It's water-based. Also, water-based is a weird thing to say because there's certain, like, grooming There's certain products that are like, you know, all natural, water-based. And I think of those when I say water-based. Certain products. I mean, I guess it's you know, kids out there, I'll say, if you don't know, you know, use... I wonder if like it's an appropriate thing to say or if I need to say it, you know. There's some basic sex ed stuff that I feel probably a little bit neglected in this country, and that you know, everyone probably just figures out on their own. As far as like where am I going with this? Should I say it? Sure, why not? You want... Here's the thing. When you're a kid and you don't know how it works, you might not know that it is not healthy to, you know, go at it without lubricant. You want to lubricize. You don't want you don't want going dry. It's fucked up. That's what I think when I hear water-based, because those things are water-based. Because it's like all natural. I don't know if they're all water-based. A lot of them are, though. You know, that I've seen out there. No further comments. I do think that's a weird thing about, like, growing up, is that you don't, you know, fuck, you know, I don't want to say too much here, considering it is, like, a very, like, thing to discuss, but, like, you know, it probably took me way too fucking long to learn about that and to, like, you know, practice trying to be a gentleman about this safely. In theory, if I did that. Anyway. Probably a crime somewhere to say anything remotely sex ed related. I don't know. It's not a great place out there for, like, free speech right now. And pornography. Neither of them are, like, having a good time right now. Due to just, like, you know, fundamental-ass people. Religious sorts. Who would rather just none of that information be out there. None of that stuff that is out there be out there. And of course, it is always worth noting that, like, you know, that first they say they come for the raunchy stuff, and then they come for LGBT after. It is also worth noting that the raunchy stuff is also worth protecting. The raunchy stuff is also valid and good. You know, I do believe that, I believe that porn is popular. So I don't know, like, where the right gets off on, like, you know, getting in between the American people and their pornography. But, I don't know, the religious right is really weird, and, you know, I'm sure they crank... you know, it's a healthy thing to crank off, you know, no one's gonna tell you otherwise. No, the religious right is gonna tell you otherwise. But, you know, they're wrong? So, like, I'm sure they crank it. I don't really want to think about the religious right cranking it, actually. Can I not think about the religious right cranking it? I'm sure they crank it, like... You know, it's that thing of every accusation is an admission. You know what I mean? Like, they probably like the weirdest porn that you could imagine. You know? Not to say the porn I like isn't weird. Like, you know, I definitely have my, fetishes, which, I am not going to talk about. I am not going to go into detail on that. That's the line. That's the line. No, you will not find out what websites I visit. And, you know, you're not gonna find out. I'm not gonna go into detail. Yeah, that's, yeah. I do think it's cool whenever certain, like, podcasters, content creators, etc. get very specific and very, like, blue with talking about, like, you know, like, oh, you know, shit your pants, you know, if they shit their pants, talk about it. And, you know, they talk about all sorts of dirty-ass shit just casually without even batting an eye. I think that's really rad, and I really love to hear it, you know. that's just very funny and fun to me. But also, like, you know, there is a part of me that just, like, doesn't want to talk about it out loud, explicitly, outside of code. I know I say that, and I've said all sorts of stuff, but, you know, there's certain lines that, like, I'm just like, okay, well, you know, I don't need to say necessarily that. I don't talk that much about peeing and pooping and things of that nature. I could. You know, a game is going well when... This game's been going great. This level's been going... I was gonna say, like, you know it's going well when we're talking about peeing and pooping and fetishes. But we're not. We're talking about peeing and pooping and fetishes. It's different. Yeah, that was I did die. That was not great. Bounced off, but not far enough to escape his clutches. That's really weird. I feel like when you bounce off him like that, you should be given enough distance to clear him and be safe. But physics here are just not quite right. It's tough. This is a tough-ass level. When I get the DK barrel, that's a point where we need to, like, slow it down for a second. Really just, like, take that jump carefully. There we go. Now we're farther than we've ever been with both Kongs. Woo! And we even got to a Kong barrel with both Kongs. Ridiculous. Actually, let me bring that with me. Actually, I think this game, if you get hit, it probably just breaks without... Yeah, probably wouldn't have helped anyway. But it's fine. We're doing really good. And there's the end of level arrow, so... Isn't this like, gives you access to a DK barrel? Yeah, perfect. We're also like just right at the end, so it really doesn't matter. We can take a hit there, and beautiful. Alright. I have one more card. Shout to Stanley, The Office. I'll say, I've been thinking about The Office recently, and the character that I think about more and more, who I like a lot, is Stanley. I really love his just total attitude, you know? His just... The fact that he is just so disgruntled in everything he does is just... I feel like it's underrated, you know? The Office is a show that I watched, like, mostly as a kid. And, you know, more recently, I haven't been able to watch it since it went off, like, Netflix ages ago. Watched a bunch of it, like, recently, since I was at, my cousin, who has Paramount Plus, when I was in Orlando for you know, for Universal stuff. That was just 2 nights, though. So, like, you know, I haven't, like, fully rewatched the series or nothing. But just that much was enough to, like, really get me thinking about the characters and how much I like them, and Stanley is just so... It always... I feel like he has an attitude that you should embody in life. Just like the... It is always so clear he is sick of this shit. It's just so clear how sick of all this bullshit he is. And just like, he is the perfect grump. It is hilarious. I also really love, you know, thinking about the couple occasions where he's happy. Like Pretzel Days. Yeah, Pretzel Day. you know, him with a big giddy smile is also very funny by contrast, you know. Or like, you know, if there's a case where they're doing something goofy, but it's like, man, if it gets me off work, I'm fine with that. You know, or whatever the fuck. Was that it? No, we have one more life left. The Office is so good. I want to rewatch The Office. I might do that soonish. That might be the next... I might rewatch that, you know. I'm definitely currently not with, I don't have a show that I'm going through, you know, other than various anime, which, you know, I do one at a time, you know, not like when I'm watching stuff, not when I'm playing stuff. Whereas, like, if I could just, next episode, okay, done. You know, making breakfast. Okay, let's watch, like, an episode or two. During breakfast time, probably an episode. Before work, like, one episode tops, actually. That's, you know, you don't be making and eating dinner or breakfast for, like, more than 23 minutes. That show's great. Stanley rules. Obviously Jim is very funny too, but you know, I'll say I did see I did watch the trailer for did y'all see this? The Paper, the Office half boots, you know, Office spin-off, where the idea is like, oh, it's a new sitcom at a failing paper where you know, it's just a failing paper, and the same, like, you know, in the kayfabe of The Office, right? It was a documentary filmed by some people, right? At Dunder Mifflin. And the kayfabe is like, oh, the crew is back. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't like to think about the crew when I watch The Office. You know, I would rather we just pretended that, A, they don't exist, and B, that it was just normal stuff happening with invisible people running around in confessionals as well. You know. Like, in season... I don't think I really watched season 8 or 9 or whatever, the last season, after Michael left, but hearing what they did with, like, the crew becoming, like, actual characters, that's awful. I hate that. And also, like, I'll say, like, I seen the trailer, right? And one of the things that's very clear, one of the things that is like, hit upon in the trailer is that, like, oh, you know, this isn't just all new characters, like, Oscar's back! And it's just like, Oscar's cool, but, like, he's not a funny character. He's more like a, you know, whatchamacallit, he's a straight man. Well, fuck. In the comedy terms, there's the straight man and there's the comic foil. There's a better term for it. Of course, Oscar is gay, so straight man is not quite the correct term, but you know, he's not the funny guy. He's the guy who reacts to the funny guys. So, you know, it very much makes me think like, ah, well, everyone else said no, basically. Also, I'll say of the Paper trailer is that, I didn't think it was very funny. So, there's that. So, it's not funny, and they got Oscar back for, because, you know, it's who they could get. Maybe there'll be cameos from other characters. I'll say, like, personally, you need to see the trailer even if it sounds bad. I don't know if it's a bad trailer, it's just didn't make me laugh. Didn't really make me laugh. It doesn't feel like The Office. It's a little bit like, I mean, I'll say, like, I'm not... I feel like I haven't been big on sitcoms for a while, and I feel like this is a very modern sitcom, right? It's more of a modern sitcom than, like, The Office is. Insofar as, like, how it feels. You know, I saw some clips from the new King of the Hill. I never, like, watched King of the Hill as a kid, and I never, like, went through it all. And I feel like if I did watch King of the Hill, I'd watch the old stuff, but I've seen some of the new stuff, and it just looks... I don't know, it just looks really wholesome in a way that makes you go like, okay, this is a good lesson for, like, everyone's dad who needs to be taught a lesson about how, like, you know, it's fine that the Girl Scouts don't sell the same cookies anymore, but it's just like, where's the jokes? Hello? This is like a situational comedy, right? You know? Like, shouldn't it be, like, just laugh a minute and not just like, oh, here's the most wholesome thing. Like, I haven't seen that much King of the Hill, but I know there's that episode where Hank Hill becomes a pimp. And everything I've seen from that episode is hilarious. You know, I know there's an episode where they go to the cult, and he says, like, excuse me, are y'all with the cult? And she says, the girl says, like, no, this is a wellness community. And he cuts her off and says, like, yeah, this is it. And then he pulls up his parking brake, which is, to me, very funny, and it's, like, nonchalant. You know, like, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Not just, like, you know, spouting my own beliefs back at me. Like, yes, I do agree that, you know, I do believe all the things that they're, like, saying, like, oh yeah, you know, it's okay for Girl Scout cookies to have gluten-free options. You know, like, that's true. My sister needs gluten-free for medical reasons, so yeah, that's a good thing. She keeps telling us that we should get tested because we might find out we have the same thing. But I like ice cream too much. I'm not going to get tested. No, I don't plan on that. I'm good. I don't have significant bowel issues when I eat wheat, so I think I'm good. I don't think I have that. I think I would know. Anyway, maybe other people would like it more. I just feel like watching that trailer. My main takeaway was like, oh man, I can't wait for Captain Midnight and other, like, The Office YouTubers to get a hold of this and, like, really, like, you know, answer the question of, like, okay, what went wrong, you know? Some might call King of the Hill an American slice of life show. I do think slice of lives do better, though, even, you know... There are some slice of lives that address, like, LGBT stuff really well, you know, and get into a little bit of, like, you know, LGBT type stuff, and it's always amazing and good. And also on top of that, they're usually also great shows, unless, you know, you're talking about, like, something that's just... I'll say, I haven't had a good hit rate with, like, boys love type stuff, and maybe a lot of that is just, like, you know, I'm not the target audience. It's not really for, like, you know, boys love isn't really a woke thing. It is a fetish thing more than a woke thing. You know what I mean? It's more like for straight women in Japan or otherwise to go like, ooh, hello, let's go, rather than a depiction of real queerness, you know. Which is fine, you know. Hey, to each their own and such, but I also feel like most of them just aren't super duper well written. I don't know. Yuri on Ice and, like, maybe one or two others I can think of do a really good job. I'll say it specifically with the I think I could think of a lot of shows that have some really good, like, girl business, you know? But I can think of relatively few that have boy business. It's like, relatively few indeed. Or like our boys love, you know, primarily a romance. And in addition, like, have good characters. I mean, I kind of think that about, like, reverse harems as well. Like, it's hard to think of a reverse harem that's as good as a regular harem. And I don't know if it's just like, you know, well, you know, they write the boys in those to be, like, really appealing archetypes and all that. And so they're just, like, guys with pretty faces. And it's just, like, not a lot of substance there, I don't know. How do we get to boys love from King of the Hill? I don't know. That episode where he was a pimp was really good. I should rewatch, you know, The Office is great. I should watch, like, King of the Hill in full. You know, is that, like, as good as The Simpsons as far as just, like, you know, going episode by episode, watching every single one? I'd rather watch the old stuff than the new stuff, honestly. Though it does really interest me to see, like, oh, you know, Bobby grown up. You know, that's pretty cool as an idea. You know, like, I obviously find it quite relatable insofar as, Fuck! Wow, that was going really goddamn well, and then I just sort of lost my... Really relatable insofar as, like, Bobby Hill, you know, it's set around, like, Dallas-Fort Worth, you know, in the suburbs of Dallas-Fort Worth. That's where I'm from. Bobby Hill is basically from the same city as me, or the same metroplex, you know, the same metro area, and is about my age as well. I'm not a chef, of course, but, like, you know, still, it's my generation. He's a millennial. Whew. Did we get the checkpoint there? Yeah, at least we got the checkpoint. Okay. Funny that the... You know, I don't think I mentioned, but the minecart music is playing. Usually it's like eerie, slow music here. It's fine. I'm beginning to think maybe this isn't the best version of this game. In fact, I'm beginning to think it's the third best. Let's say. I was above and jumping. How did that kill me? We haven't gotten any of the bonus things. I tend to avoid them. I tend to avoid the bonus, the golden token things, just because they take me out of the level, and they usually start you back at the checkpoint. That's basically the equivalent of losing a life to me. You know, you lose progress. It's not good. I don't like it. Oh, this is much easier as Donkey Kong. Ah! Jesus! I almost made it! What else is good? What else is coming out? Metal Gear is coming out. Hey, I should have had a card for Metal Gear. Delta is like this week? I think it's this week, right? I'll say I do plan to get Metal Gear Delta. I've never actually played a Metal Gear game before. I've only watched them. through like Let's Plays and things of that nature. So this will be my first, and I'll say my plan is once I finish this game and one more, I will start into a playthrough on Tuesdays or Mondays, to be determined. A playthrough to play through oh jeez. Yeah! Yeah! You only played through Metal Gear Solid 4? Oh, that's a weird one to be your first. I guess 3 is also a weird one to be the first, but at least it's like the first chronologically. That one's like the conclusion and all. You got that and a PS3 because your brother loves Snake and Smash Brawl? Wow, that's a way to go. I feel like I might have gone the same way if I had gotten a PS3 earlier. But I got it pretty late, and by that point, it was pretty old, and I didn't want to go back that far in the catalog, I guess. Maybe a mistake, honestly. I really loved Infamous 2, but never played Infamous 1. Another example of just playing some of the more later games once I got the console, because it was, you know, already... It had been years since that game came out. Yeah, that's gonna be on stream. That's gonna be like... I don't know when. Maybe like a month from now at this point. Some of the best PS3 games released late. I'll say I don't think I had that many PS3 games. Let me die and refresh my things just to top us the fuck off. Wait, what's Necky Nutmare? Necky Nutmare? What the fuck is... Necky Nutmare? Is this instead of, like, Loopy Lights or something? Is this a exclusive? Necky Nutmare. What the hell is Necky Nutmare? Is this an exclusive level to this version of the game? I do not recognize this. This is entirely different. This is, huh. I didn't know that the Game Boy Color version of Donkey Kong Country had an exclusive level. It does. To be determined if it's any good or not, but hey, it's exclusive. It seems alright. Ropes. Ah! That real dick move there, nut. Fuck you! Fuck you! How do you get through that without taking a hit? It might be mostly okay. How about mostly okay? I don't know how you get through that without taking a hit. That's really screwed up. Maybe you're supposed to damage boost. But if you take a hit, you can't damage boost. I've already taken a hit. That is BS. Yeah, this one might be bad. Ah! Hey, new level. New level. Let's appreciate the new level. The barrel in front of me. Enemy in front of me. Barrel hit enemy. That's how it should work. Okay, let's die and get a game over. Start over with 5 lives. Oh man. It doesn't, you know, I don't want to always be mentioning like meta things like YouTube Shorts and whatever, but man, this might be a real banger of a YouTube short in the making right here. A level exclusive to Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color that no one knows about, and here's some hilarious deaths on said level. Like, that's comic gold, and it's informative. Like, that should do good. Unless the algorithm is a butt, which the algorithm is sometimes a butt. Checkpoint, let's go. We have a good amount of lives, right? Second half of the level. Cool. Some, like, necky jumps. Oh, there's, like, neckies above now. Showering us with their nuts. That was an underused mechanic in the original game, so it kind of makes sense to, you know, have a level where that's a thing, and it's a, you know, a necky-based level already, so it really just, fits. I don't like that sideways platform. I don't know where it's gonna stop, and that makes it hard to jump on. Ooh. We only got a couple lives left, so that's not good. At this point, we've gone through most of the game without save states, so I have no intention on, like, starting now. Oh my god, that was lucky. No intention of, like... Nuts. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Come on! You had to jump before you could see the guys that you were gonna jump on! That's... dicked up! So close, we're getting there. Oh, come on. You should give me a full jump after a recovery thing like that. We're on our last. Great! Don't like those guys. Those super crushes. Almost there. We're almost done. There's not like a shortcut through the cave or something. No, that'd be silly. Don't reset. Take it as they come. Okay. You know what? I'm not just gonna take 2 lives like that. Reset. Try it again with 5. That's that quick. I just don't want to deal with. I haven't reset since I started into the game. I assume, you know, the file will be there and all that, right? Well, it saves it. I will say one thing that's really nice, especially with the difficulty, which seems to come mostly from engine differences and things of that nature. It's nice that it autosaves after every level. That's nicer even than the GBA version, which I believe you have to, like, manually save from a menu. What else is going on? Fucking the cock asshole. I hate these guys. I hate these two. Ah! Ah! Die and reset lives, and let's go into this next go around with a positive attitude. Are there any other indie games out this year that are like big name indie games? You think when Hades 2 comes out, if people thing, DS, I saw all those bad movies, watch party movies on Riker's Discord. What would you rank as the best of the worst? Ooh. For context, in Dan Reichert's Discord, I just suggested in the Stream HQ, like before the thing, that here as a bad idea, it'd be funny if like he did a whole series where he did watch parties of all the bad movies he's ever seen, like 2 at a time, and then vote after every movie on which one is the worst. And then, you know, do that for 16 weeks or whatever, how long it takes to get through a whole bracket of that. Double headers every week, I guess, or every time that he can do a double header, movie-wise, and that would be a bad idea, and I think that would be very funny. The movies that I listed there were Love Guru, Love on a Leash, Wild Hogs, Kickin' It Old School, Ice Cube War of the Worlds, Dragon Ball Evolution, Crystal Coconut, that's the Donkey Kong movie, the Donkey Kong VHS movie, which is just really 5 episodes. Dragon Ball Evolution, the Crystal Coconut, The Hawk Chick, Tooth Fairy 2, Noobs, Frank Stallone documentary, 80 for Brady, Gotti, The Fanatic, Grown Ups 2, and Old Dogs. As far as the best, yeah, Crystal Coconuts is like up there. I would probably go... I think Dragon Ball Evolution I actually kind of enjoy. I actually don't dislike watching Dragon Ball Evolution, and that's great because that's a movie that he has watched, like... He watched that, like, 3, 4, 5 times, and, you know, as a result, I've seen it 3, 4, 5 times. I think I could see it another 3, 4, 5 times. Honestly, it's been too long since I've seen it. I'd love to see it again, actually. Honestly. I wouldn't mind it. It'd be fun. You kind of want to watch Dragon Ball Evolution. Yeah, it's kind of a bad movie that you miss. You know? Like, oh, you missed it. Okay, you didn't see it originally. Yeah, that's one that I wouldn't mind seeing again. And I feel like it's definitely, like, one of the most so bad it's good movies, right? Like, it is bad, but it is, like, good bad. It's, like, funny bad. It's kind of funny how bad it is, honestly, and I think that's a lot of those movies are just ones that you will be miserable through, you know, and just like, oh my god, why are we watching this? You know, that sort of thing. And for context, Dan Reichert is a streamer who streams a bunch of stuff, and also he works for GiantBomb.com. He's a co-owner of GiantBomb.com now, and I watch a lot of his streams and stuff, and content, and Blight Club, and other content as well. Personally, my favorite streamer. Really quite fond of him. Oh, come on. If they go off screen and like despawn, they'll be ready to nut like earlier. You know, they'll get some nut back. So it's really fucking screwy. Oh, we gotta move. There's nuts from above. We're in the second half again. That's lovely. Okay. After this, it wasn't so hard. I gotta be careful what I say, because then I'm gonna die, and it's gonna be funny, but I'm not gonna be happy. I got nutted on! Fuck. Yeah! Yeah! It really looked like I shouldn't have gotten through that, but I did. That's a level. Apparently Loopy Lights is still in there, so I guess that's just a bonus level. It's not like, you know, we get Nucky Nutmare instead of any other level. It's just bonus level. We did it! Good, okay level. It's not bad. Probably the worst level in the game, but, you know, whatever. Donkey Kong Country is great, so being the worst level in the game, that's still half of a compliment. That's still almost a compliment, honestly. It's nearly a compliment. Of course, the level they made for the Game Boy Color version of the game that never came back, of course that's the worst level in the game. Come on, what else would it be? If you counted, like, individual bonus games as levels, which you shouldn't, I guess you could. I think, like, some of the boxes, like, for DKC... Aren't some of the boxes for DKC, like, over 100 levels? If you count bonus levels, which you shouldn't, because they're not levels, they're bonuses. You know, very clearly, probably shouldn't count. Again, the dark here is not so dark that we can't see entirely, which is nice. Here's a place where you get nutted on. Ow, I got nutted on! Hate when I get nutted on. Yeah, it bounces. The nut bounces. It's bouncy nuts. Now what you want to do is, like, step back and hit him with the barrel. Hit that necky with that barrel. Neckies are a real versatile enemy. It's funny that Neckies... I don't know how many times they've appeared in the DKC series. I think this is the final segment, so that's nice. Neckies were in DKC. Oh, you know what? It was like pirate Neckies in DKC too. And mostly the mini Neckies as pirates, I think, was like the main thing. Kinda hard to jump off these, What the hell? Come on, man. How the hell are you gonna jump off that? Jesus. Ah! We had 0 lives. What a way to go. So close to the end there. Mimp is what that sign says. No, it says mine. It's hard to read with the resolution and all. Hey, is this one of those cases where you can go through the door or something? Nah. No, don't be ridiculous. If it was, we would have to test it just for the, you know, just for science and all, just so we can know. And you know, that would be allowed. I would allow that. feel like my stick and buttons are pretty clicky. Hope y'all don't mind the click and clack of them. I'm playing with the, again, I'm playing with the 8-bit Do 64 controller, which is pretty good. Has a good stick, has a good D-pad. I'm sort of going back and forth between the two, honestly. I do like playing 3D or 2D games with a stick. You know, it's just sort of the default input method now, and even if it's 2D, I'm still mostly playing with stick these days. But sometimes it does seem like you want the accuracy of the D-pad. You know, no accidental downs, that sort of thing. I love the look of these zingers. They look great. God damn it! Ah! I think the zingers and the fish are like two of the best enemies in terms of like how well their design like came over to GBC. I think that the claptraps are also up there. I love the look of their teeth. Their teeth look, you know, very sharp. There's just like 1 pixel per tooth, and that just looks surprisingly good, considering the resolution and like of the device, you know, of the Gameboy Color. Okay. Okay, I can just jump on them directly. That works, okay. I was a little bit scared there that I had to, like, jump to the edge and then, jump from there. Last level, let's go. After this will be 2 boss fights, one of which will probably be not that hard. The other which will be medium hard. But, you know, at the very least, after this level, we'll be done worrying about lives. You know, as far as the game goes, it's all the same. I don't know if you know this, but in this game, it takes a second to pick up a barrel. So, like, that delay is causing me not to be ready for that army. For that armadillo, which is called an army, if you don't know. So, that's great. Another example of great design. Great, lost in translation, I'll say, some of the qualities of this. I mean, I'll say again, I think this game looks fucking great. Especially, like, you know, all the environments are gorgeous. They all use so many colors all at once. That is great. Claptraps in DK64 are weird. Why is it that they lose their skin after you defeat them? That's a good question. They are weird. That is true. Yeah, they got like a second life. They are dead, I guess. You know, considering that they got they're like bones and stuff. They almost become like a dry bones or like a zombie enemy, you know, like a, you know, they reanimate a bit for that last spurt of life. That is weird. There's a game in which they're weirder, though. What game is that? I don't remember. I think people are just gonna have to guess what game I'm talking about. Wink, wink. Again, it's too soon. Things are... Lips are sealed. We have 0 lives. Wait. I thought I had 0. Why did I have... Did I just go from 0 to nothing? Did I just lose 2 lives? Did I just lose 2 lives at once? That's a weird glitch, if that's true. Fuck, I just got the checkpoint. I think it's fun that I got a glitch, though. Yeah, I think I died. And then I broke my DK barrel and came back to life, and then I died again, so I lost 2 lives. I think that's what happened. Check the VOD, check the tape. I will check the tape eventually myself. Probably not anytime soon because, like, you know, honestly, for the last half of the year, I've been doing, like, a bunch of Rareware playthroughs. Eventually, I'm gonna have to wrap around and, like, do the thing that I do and, like, clip up all the best moments from those, like, dozen or so, half-dozen playthroughs. But, like, I haven't done that yet. We'll do that sometime in the future when last year's playthroughs are accounted for and have all their best moments, like, clipped up and stuff. So, probably will be more like next year, you know? I'm definitely gonna clip up the Nutty Nutmare thing, though. That's getting fast-tracked. That's, like, genuinely interesting. Like, I genuinely had no idea about that, and I genuinely... think that would be cool to share in short form. Like, it's trivia and it's funny. You can't go wrong with that. That sequence there is a lot different. Fucking hell! I thought I could make that jump. I bet it's because, like, if you do a... In the original game, those beavers are set up, those naughties are set up so you can, like, roll right through them. But in this game, the physics... Again, you gotta hold down the button to bounce off a tire. You can't just time a press. In this game, the physics are different, so maybe an extended roll... I think that's actually the name of a glitch. A roll going through that many enemies doesn't actually give you that much momentum. You're gonna fall. God damn, I just... Ah! I'm at my wit's end, honestly. What was wrong with that? I have to hold down the button to bounce. I am too used to the later games where, or, you know, the Returns games especially, where it's like, you gotta, where you have to, like, time a press. Or a B press, rather. Oh, geez, this is really chugging. Jesus! Oh, God. I'm worried about jumping into them with the barrels. Usually you want to throw it before, but with the lag, I don't know if there's time. I also don't want it to, like, crash into the platform we're riding on, right? Actually, it looks like it does throw more upward than sideways. Oh my god! Oh, thank god I was able to wing it and just jump right to the next platform. Oh my god. Panicked. Panicked there. That was a godsend. And I wasted it. You can probably skip over this thing by, like, rolling through, going up, but we have one life. We are on our last life. Are we on our last life? Or did we just gain one? Not the time to take risks. That said... Oh my god, I landed on a different one this time. I'm not jumping for it. Yeah! We did it! What time is it? 12:21. Alright. It's not too late. We've been going around 4 hours. That's about as long as the original as DKC GBA took, I think. 1, 2, 3. Jump on the ass. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jump. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First try, let's go. Alright. It is time now for the final boss for K. Rool. Yes, that's right, we're just about the end. We just have to kick his ass. That's a good sprite. You know what, I think we can all say that's a great K. Rool sprite. You know, technically this is a K. Rool fight I've never fought before because, you know, I never had this version, never played this version before. So, you know, it feels really nice in 2025 to be fighting a new K. Rool boss. Would you know... I should stop before I say things. Let's do it. Let's do it to it. I feel like these cam balls are easier to dodge than before. Honestly, compared to the rest of the game, this shit is easy. I say this, that, you know, maybe I'm gonna die, maybe, we'll see. But, like, right now, I'm feeling pretty goddamn confident, like, I'm gonna get through without a hit. I haven't done it yet. It's time for the credits. You know, again, technically I've not seen these credits, this version of these credits before. How interesting is it to see credits that you've never seen before in 2025? Wow. What a funny thing to happen for the first time this year. Let's do it. Okay, he's jumping. Fuck. Are all his jumps the same size? Oh crap. I think all his jumps are the same size now. Versus, like, getting smaller every time. That's surprising. Let's see if we can do it this time. At a bit of a disadvantage, not having both Kongs, but what are you gonna do? I also think these cannonball phases are a lot faster, and that makes them, like, you know, quicker to go through. Like, I feel like the cannonballs are falling, like, a lot faster, and they also get faster. Every... Shit, got psyched out there. One last game over, that's fine. One last title screen. Gotta imagine this will be it. My favorite K. Rool fight from that Rare did, you know, specifically, you know, back in the day, has to be Baron K. Rulenstein. That I always had a soft spot for that fight. I love how many different phases they are, and none of them like outstay their welcome. All of them are very quick and to the point, and you hit him like once or twice per phase, and then the only phase where he takes like 3 hits is the very last one, which I really like. You still need to play DKC 3. Your favorite is the captain. I do think that's the second best for sure of the, you know, original trilogy. I'd have to think if we were including things like, I don't know, Donkey Kong Jungle Climber. Can you think of any other K. Rool boss fights not made by Rare? There's Jungle Climber, King of Swing. It's been a long time since I beat King of Swing. I don't quite remember, honestly, what the final boss of that is like. You know, at some point, we're gonna have to do King of Swing and Jungle Climber on stream, considering how much I love DKC. You know? Like, yeah, no, it's not made by Rare, those two, but they are worth playing, and I feel like, people don't know them, you know? I feel like they're more obscure than they should be. Doesn't he usually, like, jump halfway across first? Kinda surprises me every time he does the little jumps first. I'll get the hang of it. At some point, I should do King of Swing and Jungle Climber, but, like, not this year. Does Sluggers count? I mean, I don't know that you fight him as a boss, but... Oh, you do take him on as a hitter versus pitcher challenge? Sure! No, I don't think I've ever played that. If they put it out on... When they put it out on Nintendo Online plus expansion pack, I would love to give it a go. And hell, it's probably multiplayer, like, that could be a thing that I do online. I'll say, I don't think I've done any GameCube online yet. You know... There's totally, like, a game or two that would be fun to play online. That's the Wii? Oh, okay. That's the Wii, okay. I didn't know. I mean, I could get it on my Retroid if I don't already have it. Might already have it. What? I was totally near the center of where that jump is. Should I be near the center of the second jump? I'm gonna say yes. Second jump should be near the second jump. Middle is safer. Oh, K. Rool wasn't in the GameCube one, but he was in the Wii one. Okay, so there was a GameCube one that could go on GameCube Online. Funny that they never made, you know, they never brought that back for Switch. Also, there's like Mario Hoops on the DS. Mario 2v2 Hoops. That's a weird one. I feel like any multiplayer game on like the DS and 3DS was weird because, you know, even if they had download play, which I think a lot of them did, you still had to find like multiple other people who had their DS ready to go. You know, it's a little bit more of an ask compared to just, you know, hey, I got 4 controllers, let's go. I mean, I guess, hey, let's be fair here. You know, I got 4 controllers is also an ask, to be clear. Like, yeah, no, I had like 2 growing up. That is a beautiful sprite. I like the look of K. Rool. I really do. He's a beautiful big man. I think we can all appreciate his goofy style. This would be the 2nd or the 3rd. Second. We can get through this phase with both of our dudes. We're gonna be very well positioned for the final go. Spacing is a little weird here. Like, you kind of want to be... Fuck! Not quite in the center, kind of in the center. Like, he does 3 jumps, not like an even 4. I thought it was like, originally, he does 4 jumps, and then 8... He does 2 jumps, and then 4 jumps, and then 8 jumps. And this he does, like, 3.5? Then he does 3.5 again. I mean, because it's 3.5, the safe zone kind of changes every time, which is good for, like, gameplay purposes, I guess. Makes it so that you can't just stay in the same spot, but I don't know. There's a purity to the 2, 4, 8 way. And also, I really like when he's doing the thing, just, like, jumping alongside him and, like, mirroring his movements until I'm ready to go under. Like, that is something you can't do in this version. It's nice and good having Diddy Kong and both Kongs going into that final bit, but it's not enough. I want to be looking the right way. Damn it. Double damn. It's like the position is different. Last challenge. They had to change it, didn't they? I don't know. Kinda wish they didn't. Just make him run, make him jump slower. If that's like a concern. If like, oh, he can't jump that short. I mean, I guess, like, if the stage was bigger, it'd be harder to keep track of him and all the projectiles and stuff. Like, it was, like, a little bit larger than 2 screen widths. That might be a problem. But I believe they could do it. I have been playing... You know, I didn't mention earlier when I was talking about games I've been playing. I played a little bit of Chibi Robo. I still do not know what the fuck to make of Chibi Robo. That game is so weird. It's so much just like, you walk around, you get trash, you throw trash away, you like clean up paw prints on the ground, and like that's the game? It's bizarre. I really don't know what to make of it. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, that was the final! And it was even a game over. Oh. I don't know what to make of it, it's really weird. Kill me now. I don't want to take a hit. That's too soon to take a hit. I really don't know what to make of Chibi Robo. Does it get better? Is this the game? When you get more tools, does it like become more involved? Maybe there's a reason there's not a million Chibi Robos. Maybe there's a reason it's just one game. It's charming. I feel like Cubivore is a better game though if you're wanting a weird-ass GameCube game. And I'll say, I hope they add Cubivore to the service. That would be such a good get. That game is really expensive if you're getting like a used copy nowadays. Like on the retro marketplace out there. I got one as a kid, back before it was expensive. Or, you know, unduly expensive. And I really enjoyed it. Weird game, and I don't think I ever, like, you know... I don't think I ever finished it. But... I had a damn good time for what it was. Credits! Woo! You know, if I had to say, like the thumbnail has to be, like, Donkey Kong, like, in his dying pose, right? If K. Rool could also be in the thumbnail, that wouldn't be bad, actually. Like, that'd be a good... Be two good things to have in the thumbnail, so maybe that's like the frame to look for, rather than combing over every level and finding a really good one for the VOD thumbnail. Oh my god. We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh my god. Yes! Yes, we got through! Final hit! Yeah! Yeah, that's it! That's it, that's game. Ah! Oh my god. Yeah! The Kong Banana Horde is back. That sprite looks weird. We did it! Final thoughts. Let's go. These credits are interesting. Different from normal. Not quite as elaborate. I've never played this version. I gotta say, earlier on, I was saying, that it was like maybe a dead dove don't eat situation. Where like, what did I expect? It's a lot less robust. It's a lot, you know, has jankier physics. And it, you know, is running on much inferior hardware. Of course, it's going to be jank, difficult, and weird in ways. And I definitely think that some levels, like, probably could have been tweaked a little bit to work better and be more natural and flow better, which I feel like wasn't a priority. I feel like just getting them in there was the priority, and there's a lot of, like, little janky moments that really stand out as a result. So yeah, this is the worst version of Donkey Kong Country. It shouldn't be any surprise. It's even worse than the GBA version, which was janky and weird in its own ways as far as the physics go. But I do understand why it is. It was on limited hardware. It was based on the Land engine, which, you know, I do think I like the Land games, each and every one of them, more than this. To be clear, I feel like being able to design levels around the limitations helps a lot versus just cramming these levels in there. Limitations be damned. You know, damned is maybe how I would describe this version. It's a little bit damned insofar as, like, yeah, they did something they shouldn't have done. And as a result, there were definitely a lot of times and cases during this playthrough, this night, where I was at my wit's end, frustrated because it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't flow right. This camera wasn't in the right spot. The hitboxes were fucking me over. You know, my muscle memory was failing me. But I had a fun night, and it was quite interesting to see this version for the first time. And I will say, there are good things about it. Like, visually, I do think it is gorgeous. I actually really do like to look at it, and I think it probably is, like, might be the best looking Game Boy Color game. Is that a stretch? I'm sure there's some really good hand-drawn. That shark kind of discredits best looking GBC game, but look at the environments, look at the backgrounds, look at the colors on display. Look at how they did a gradient there. You know, they don't have that many colors to work with, but they are doing business. Daffy Duck's foul play has some incredible animation. You'll say that's up there? Maybe. You're welcome, Rare. You're welcome, Rare. Secrets await you on another barrel option. What the hell is that? What the fuck? Man, if I didn't already know what the thumbnail was going to be. Like, that monstrosity. What the fuck? What the hell? I do think there's something charming about some Game Boy Color art. With some dithering and just, you know, making it work. That end screen is the thumbnail? Maybe I could do that. That's so weird. I'll have to think about it. I'll try both. I'll try with the him climbing out of a GBC, and I'll try like him looking weird dying in front of K. Rool or something, and I'll make the decision. Maybe I'll post both on the Discord, and anyone can have a look and say, ooh, I like that one better. Is it not gonna, like, get off the screen? It's a hot tub Game Boy. He's trying to escape the Game Boy. Well, fortunately, we, in the present, in real life, have escaped the Game Boy. We have escaped this game. That was good. I will say, this was part of a whole playthrough series wherein I've been playing through random rareware games in random order, and Conker's Bad Fur Day is the only one left now. I have already done Conker Live and Reloaded, worth noting, so we'll be kind of seeing it for the second time, but the original version, which is better. It's gonna be a bit until that starts, I'll say, and I am low-key considering trying to, like, do it all in one stream or something, like a Sunday stream or something, so I can get to Metal Gear Solid Delta sooner. But, for the time being, just assume it's probably gonna be like Tuesday 2 weeks from now. We will finish off this gimmick, this ongoing conceit, like, probably around there. One thing I will say, like the week after after Silk Song. Let's go. Folks, thanks for joining, for watching, for hanging out, watching the VOD if you're watching the VOD. VOD needs love too. I appreciate anyone watching the VOD. I'm going to be back on Friday at 6 p.m. Central for viewer levels. And then after that, I will be doing... next week will be an odd week because there's some odd streams in it. In particular, like on Sunday, I'll be doing the second half of Galaxy 1 and 2, switching between the two every 7 lives. That's a follow-on from the birthday stream back in May, where I did the first half of the game, the first 35 stars of each game. And that'll be a bit of fun. I'm looking forward to that this weekend, Labor Day weekend. Then, I'm thinking on, I was thinking on Tuesday doing a Game Pass stream where I tried out a bunch of Game Pass games, but on reflection, during this stream even, I think we've decided that I'm just going to push that into the Silksong stream, which I need to check to see the release timing of Silksong. I'm gonna say September 4th, but if it turns out it comes out on September 3rd at like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. or something, we will do it on the 3rd instead. We'll do it on Wednesday, and I think that'll be good. So, I guess stay tuned as far as like all this schedule stuff, subject to change. Other than viewer levels on Friday and Galaxy 1 and 2 on Sunday, and of course, every Friday, viewer levels, next Friday as well. That's what's on the agenda. That's what's coming up. Conker's Bad Fur Day will be sometime soon, and then after that will be Metal Gear. That'll all be fun. Let me send you, Trebuckets, or anyone else here, somewhere good. Let's see, who's doing something tonight? I'm not following anyone that I haven't rated relatively recently. Well, there's some, but I haven't really kept in touch with them. Trebucket, do you have anyone that you would suggest a raid on? If you have a suggestion, Trebucket, I'd be up for it. Let me take a drink of my water, and then I'll send you off. Frank, howdy. Okay. I'm gonna trust you on this, and I think you're most of the raid, so I'll that's cool. Watching something? Okay, cool. I'm gonna send you to Frank Howley, who's doing I don't know what. I'm gonna pull up it on my own so I can watch the raid go through. Frank Howley. Okay, excellent. He's watching something. It looks strange, but that's fun. Some sort of React-type content. Alright, folks. That was very fun. That was very interesting. I definitely got really tilted, really shoot hot a lot during that, but I made it through. I beat it all in one night in around a little less than 5 hours. I'm satisfied, and definitely there's going to be a lot of stuff in there that would be good, like as short-form content. Check out the VODs! Give your love to the VODs! Give your love to the short-form content if you care as well! I will see y'all on Friday, and then Sunday, shortly after that. Oh, Frank knows Danny O'Dwyer. Cool. I love Danny O'Dwyer. I will see y'all on Friday. Y'all, take it easy. Have a good one. Bye.